Ready to head up to grid for the left side of our bracket for top 32. You guys have about 10 minutes, so grab the last of your snacks, make sure you stop by the bar, and grab a good seat because we're about to head into the action. Hello again on the live stream and welcome back to Riverside Drift 50K presented by Link ECU at the beautiful Raceway Park Drift Stadium. Thank you guys for hanging in there while we took a short break to prep the track. As you guys can see, the zones are now painted a ton more clearly so that you guys can see each of those zones on the live stream, on the drone footage, and our judges can get a better look as well because things are about to get heated when we get into the top 32. Super tough battles coming up, so I'm excited. Make sure everyone who's here in person, join us in the stands, about 10 minutes, maybe a little bit less. We're gonna run our very first battle in the top 32. We have Robbins going up against Jimmy Oakes in Trevor Root's borrowed car. This should definitely be an exciting one because Robbins is our #1 qualifier from yesterday.
I'm Travis Reeder.
I'm Ken Gushin.
I'm Matt Field. I drive Link.
They are the most reliable ECU around, and they always deliver.
Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it.
Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want.
They stand behind their products and support their customers.
They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features.
I drive
Link.
Hey guys.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Riverside Drift 50K presented by Link ECU here at Englishtown Raceway Park. We are about to begin in about 5 minutes, so if you are not in the stands, I suggest you strap those Crocs into four-wheel and hustle it on up here because we are about to get started. Thank you guys for joining us on the live stream today at Riverside Drift 50K presented by Link ECU. You guys are getting a nice bird's eye view of the track right now as our drivers warm up their tires for the first battle. We have Alec Robbins, our #1 qualifier in that V8 powered Z, going up against Jimmy Oakes in a borrowed car from Trevor Root, also V8 powered. I believe that one is supercharged as well. So we'll see who has the superior chassis at the end of this battle. Our drivers are heading up to the start line. If you weren't tuning in earlier, you can see on the live stream they will be starting from underneath our tower. That is where the chicane is that the lead driver must pass through without knocking over any cones. And the chase driver has free reign to take off where they want. And away we go. Alec Robbins is leading, and Jimmy Oakes is giving chase. Alec Robbins with a super aggressive entry there, looking super, super fast as he's out in zone #2. But Jimmy Oakes is not letting him get away, sticking right close to his door in that LS-powered BMW. Alec Robbins flicking it in super fast into outer zone at #3, and across the line they are. Now, obviously, that lead run by Alec Robbins, super impressive. You guys can see why he's our #1 qualifier. But I'm giving props to Jimmy Oakes as well because he's in a borrowed car that he's probably had 10 laps in, if that, and is much, much different from that red E36 that he had piloted earlier today. So I think that was a job well done in the chase position and obviously well done in the lead position. I want to flip him around and see what they got. All right, and away we go. This time, Jimmy Oakes in the lead and Alex Robbins giving chase. Jimmy Oakes with a little bit more of a conservative entry, but he's giving it all he's got, captain around to outer zone at #2. Alec Robbins asserting dominance in the chase position as he's trying to stick close to Jimmy Oakes' door as they come around into outer zone #3 and across the line. That is your first top 32 battle in the books. Give it up for both of these drivers. Our judges are now taking a look at the drone footage. They're going to get the side-by-side so that they can take a closer look and go ahead and determine a winner. And we have a decision. It is unanimous. Alec Robbins is going to get the win. Alex Robbins will get the win. So I'm sure you guys are watching the replay there, and I'm pretty sure I can speak for the judges here, although I am not one of them, that Alec Robbins was just absolutely super aggressive, especially in his lead run, as well as the chase. So just asserting that dominance, asserting the aggression is what our judges want to see. They want to see a super confident car. But again, props to Jimmy Oakes for coming out in a borrowed car, 10 laps under his belt, and giving him a run for his money. So Alec Robbins will move on, and we'll move on to our next battle between Ricky Hoffman and Rudy Hansen. Up next on the line, as we said before, we have Ricky Hoffman in that 2JZ powered S14 and Rudy Hansen in that V8 powered S13. It looks like a bunch of highlighters exploded all over his car, but that is his style, and we love to see it. We're going to line up both these S chassis boys, as you can see. Rudy Hansen, since he has qualified higher yesterday, will lead, and Ricky Hoffman will give chase. Both of these drivers are very familiar with this course. Ricky Hoffman, a former Pro Spec driver, and I believe Rudy Hansen is a current Pro Spec driver, joining us from FD last weekend. So I want to see him throw down. Run him straight up. And away we go. The line has sent them, and they're coming up. Rudy Hansen with a big flick super early, trying to assert his dominance as he comes across the center section into outer zone at number 2. Oh, no. Oh, no. It appears that Ricky Hoffman may have been a little bit phased by Rudy Hansen's entry into outer zone at number 2. Big mistake there in the chase position, but they continue around to outer zone number 3 and across the line.
That was gross.
Yeah, that was a little bit intense there. Rudy Hansen getting into outer zone at 2 a little bit late, a little bit of a slow up, and it seems to have phased Ricky Hoffman. He seems to have tried to correct, and props to him for saving the rest of that run, but unfortunately that will be a big mistake in the chase position. But guys, there's a whole nother run. We got to flip him around and run him again. This time Ricky Hoffman will get to lead, and Rudy Hansen will have to chase. The arms are down of our fabulous grid worker, and away they go. Ricky Hoffman is leading. A nice smooth entry about that 2 mark of the 3-2-1 entry cones. As they come across the center section, Rudy Hansen pouring on a ton of angle and losing some proximity there, but he gains it back as they come into outer zone number 2. Rudy Hansen's really asserting dominance here as he's getting on Ricky Hoffman's door, trying to get this win by any means necessary as they come around outer zone number 3 and across the line. A great run by Ricky Hoffman in the lead, but will it be enough to make up for that mistake in the chase? Luckily, thanks to our fabulous drone pilot team, we have some replays from the drone for you guys to watch on the live stream at home and our judges to review as well, so they can really break it down and pick out which driver they felt did a better job. All right, our judges are still deliberating. Let's see if we have a decision. I think they are still breaking it down just to make sure that they didn't make any mistakes while they're analyzing this run. But we do have an answer. It will be Rudy Hansen, and a unanimous decision. Rudy Hansen gets the win. Unfortunately, it looks like that mistake in the chase position did cost Ricky an entrance into the top 16, but great job by both drivers. An exciting battle, to say the least. Rudy Hansen will be moving on. Up next, we have Mitchell and Zelinski heading up to the line. I believe they are prepping their tires in the burnout box as we speak and getting set to run. Since Mitchell qualified at 9th, he will lead and Zelinski will give chase. Zelinski had to battle his way in the top 64, just barely beating out Budasov for the win there into the top 32. And Mitchell getting to have a nice bye run. So we will see his first battle of the day. I see the cars coming up to the line now. All right, our judges are ready. Our cars are ready, and we are going to send them. Mitchell is in the lead in that V8 powered Z, and chasing him is Zelinski, beating out his buddy in order to get this pass. Mitchell with a super aggressive entry. He's absolutely moving quick across the line here in outer zone number 2. Zelinski, oh man, uh-oh. We're gonna have to break that one down. Good thing we have those drones because we are gonna wanna take a closer look here. Now we wanna make sure there wasn't anything crazy going on in the lead run, or if maybe that was just Zelinski getting too aggressive and hitting him in the chase. Now these cars, when they make slight contact, it's not a huge deal, but any wheel-to-wheel contact is pretty catastrophic and very hard to save. So the judges are gonna take a look and see who to assess fault for that collision. From my perspective, it looked as if it was some wheel-to-wheel contact, but let's wait and see. It looks as if both cars are able to continue, so we will send them on the second part of this battle. The judges are taking a closer look at that contact, and they are going to take that into consideration when they are deciding the winner. Just to give you guys a little bit of insight on what's going on, the judges take a look at any hit that we have out here on the track, and if it is a significant enough hit, they will assess fault to one driver. But there's also a third possibility that is just a little bit of contact, which happens in drifting, which would result in a no fault, and they would just continue as they were, and the first run is sort of a wash. So we're going to wait and see what the judges have to say. We are happy that they're taking a minute to look really thoroughly at this run and make sure they get every angle and get all the information before we move on to decide a winner here in the top 32.
All right, so basically we are just waiting to see if they want to call a competition 5-minute timeout, in which case the judges would have to assign fault in this. Looking at what we have from the drones, it looks like it might not be at the chase's fault, but we do have to see what they want to do and then make a decision from there with our judges.
All right, our judges have deliberated, and they believe that there is no fault here, just some collision that often happens in drifting when we're asking our lead driver to run at the edge of their ability and our chase driver to put it on their door. You're going to have some contact every now and again, so this is going to be a no fault for this run. So if either one of the drivers would like to look at their car, or if they feel their car is broken, they will need to call a 5-minute timeout in order to do so. Or if they feel like their machines are ready for battle, they can get back up to the starting line. We can run the second half of this battle. And away we go with the second half of this battle. It looks as if both of our drivers are in good shape to continue. And we have Zelinski here entering super aggressive. Mitchell is reeling him back in. He's saying, hey, you tapped me, buddy. I'm going to tap you back, putting it on his door. Zelinski really cutting outer zone number 2 short. And Mitchell is just doing what he's supposed to do in the chase position and following him in there. So as predicted, both drivers seem to be completely fine to be able to take the second half of that run. Wasn't a terribly difficult hit, but you can see here that Zelinski, although he did show us a ton of aggression, was very, very shallow in outer zone number 2. Mitchell was also shallow, but he was doing what he was supposed to be doing, and that is using the lead driver as a moving clipping point. So Mitchell was very close in his chase, even though Zelinski was not on the proper line. So the judges are going to take a look at both of those runs side by side, assess them, and then will let us know when we have a winner. All right, so you guys are going to get a treat. We are going to run this battle one more time. The judges felt that it was just a little bit of a sloppy showing. These guys can do better, so we want to let them go back to the pits, change some tires, get ready, and run it again. Hopefully we can get a clean battle the second time. So this will be your first one more time of the day. We're going to send these drivers back to the pits, and in the meantime, we are going to run our next battle. This next battle up will be Dirk Stratton and TLO. Dirk Stratton winning his battle against Gautier, and TLO getting a bye run into the top 32. Stratton beating out one of TLO's teammates, in fact. So let's line them up on the line and see what they got. All right, we have them on the line, and away we go. TLO qualifying higher will lead, and Dirk Stratton will give chase. Two V8 machines screaming as they enter. TLO pouring a ton of angle into outer zone at number 1. Coming around to outer zone at number 2. It's almost too much smoke to see these cars from the stands, ladies and gentlemen. TLO getting super wide enough to catch some dirt, but that does not faze Dirk Stratton in the chase position as he sticks with him for the rest of the run. Woo-wee. I think that's the smokiest run so far. We're taking a look at the replay here. We can check it out again. I think TLO had a really aggressive entry. We like it when the drivers really show that they're comfortable in their car and throw it in there, but we want to make sure they're staying fluid. I think that will count as a mistake in outer zone at number 2 when TLO dropped a tire, sort of bobbling him a little bit. He did recover pretty darn well, but again, we are going to take a closer look at that depending on this second part of the battle where Dirk Stratton will lead and TLO will give chase. All right, the judges are ready, our drivers are ready, and away they go. Dirk Stratton in the lead and TLO giving chase. We can hear both of these V8 machines screaming off the line, and Dirk Stratton strapped to a rocket ship, entering super fast. TLO is having to cut the line to get close to his door, but he does. He's putting it directly on Dirk Stratton's door like another piece of his livery as they're coming across the center section, entering into outer zone number 3. The crowd is hyped on that one. Nice job. Now, I will say Dirk Stratton entering that fast, it did leave TLO at a bit of a disadvantage, but I think TLO did a fantastic job in making up that deficit and putting it on his door there. That was an excellent run. Our judges are going to take a look at these side by side, analyze each driver in the lead and chase, and come up with a winner who'll be moving on to top 16.
Okay, so for those of you guys who are here with us in person today, the judges are using some of the live stream footage as well. So if you guys want to tune into that, you're welcome to go onto our Facebook page and find the link for that. They're able to use all of the drone footage and replay these runs for you guys. So if there's something you've missed and you want to catch what might have happened, go ahead and tune into that as you're in the stands if you need a little bit of a replay while you're here at Raceway Park.
Person and you're like, huh, what happened? You can pull up the live stream, you can do a replay, and you can check out some of that drone footage. But thank you guys, everyone that came out in person to the Riverside 50K presented by Link ECU. Thank you guys for coming out in the heat today. Make sure you grab a snack, grab a beverage at the bar at the far side of the bleachers, and grab a seat because we have a lot more excitement to come. And we do have a winner. Unanimously, Dirk Stratton will get the win. Dirk Stratton will get the win. I believe the judges were splitting hairs there because it did take a while for them to come up with an answer, but I think Dirk Stratton just had a little bit more aggression in the lead run. The judges really appreciated that, but absolutely great job by both of these drivers coming out today, but Dirk Stratton will move on through the top 16. We are going to move on to our next battle of Rome Charpentier and Matt Bystrak. And then we will go back to the one more time that we had previously. So we are going to run one more battle here in the top 32 before we get back to our one more time. Hey guys, you can check out the live stream right now. We have our judges tower up on there, all of our judges and announcers. We love being here for you guys. We love being a part of drifting, so thank you to so much, and thank you to our drone pilots for giving us the bird's eye view of the track today. And thank you to all of our media team members for braving the heat to get some sweet pics for the internet. Because if you didn't get any sweet pics, did you even come out to the event? All right, we have both of our drivers on the line. Rome Charpentier, Rome looking super aggressive, absolutely rolls on Matt Bystrak, entering and fully filling outer zone number 1. And unfortunately, Bystrak comes out of drift, and Rome is gonna have to finish this run by himself. Potentially a mechanical failure on the part of Bystrak, unfortunately. I was really looking forward to this battle here. We have two very different cars, and I was looking forward to seeing him run, but I hope everything's all right with Bystrak's car. We're gonna make sure and then see if we have to bring the tow truck up to get him off of the track. So stay tuned. So to give you
I'm Travis Reeder.
I'm Ken Gusian.
I'm Matt Field. I drive Link.
They are the most reliable ECU around, and they always deliver.
Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it.
Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want.
They stand behind their products and support their customers.
They're always innovating and delivering great new products.
on his team members to let us know. And it is official. Bystrak and his team have called their competition 5 timeout. It seems there was a mechanical failure with the car. So we will call Rome back. We will send them both back to the pits, give him 5 minutes to try to fix his car. And if he can, we'll bring him back up and run the second half of this battle.
All right, so Matt makes his way out of the car as they get him loaded here on the tow truck so he can attempt to make repairs to his vehicle in that 5 minutes allotted. Nelson makes his way up here to the tow truck. He's going to head back there with him to his pit area to ensure that he does get that repaired and ready to go in the 5 minutes allotted before he makes his way back to the pre-grid area to get scrubbed back in there at the burnout box. Looks like from here his right front tie rod might have snapped. So we're going to see if they can get that back together. Should be able to do it as long as he's got the parts ready to go. Looks a little bit disappointed, but it's okay, bub. You still got plenty of time. Haven't put hands on it yet in your pit area. I want to go ahead and thank you guys for coming out and sharing the weekend with us here at Raceway Park in Englishtown, New Jersey.
All right, Bystrak is heading off the track now. We hope his machine is able to be fixed within that 5-minute mark. But in the meantime, we will run our next battle, which will be Taylor Ray and Dmitry Bruwsky. Thank you to everyone tuning in on the live stream for the Riverside 50K presented by Link ECU. We love that you guys are watching, and thank you as well to our fans who came out to sit in the stands today, whether or not you're here to support a driver, crew, or just a big fan of drifting. Thank you guys so much for coming out today. Make sure you stop by the concession stand for some refreshments. I heard there is ice cream sandwiches, and there's also a bar back there, so thank you guys so much. We'll get the drifting underway in just a moment. Slight correction there, guys. Sorry about that. We will be running the one more time between Billy Mitchell and Zelinski. We'll be running that one more time. We had a little bit of trickery here on both the lead and the chase, so the judges wanted to see it one more time. So hopefully we can get both of those cars up here and get 2 clean runs out of them so we can take a better look. We have Mitchell there on the lead, and Zelinski will chase, and away we go. Mitchell absolutely on fire out of the gate. Super fast and early entry. He is zooming across the center section, but he does miss the beginning of outer zone number 2. Zelinski is trying to reel him in as best as he can as they come across the center section and transition into outer zone number 3. Wow. Oh no, you gotta be kidding me. All right. Let me clarify another rule. If you spin over the line, it is a 0. Unfortunately, a spin over the line is a 0. You have to maintain the control of your car until it comes out of drift. So the judges are taking a look at the replay closely right now, and they will make sure they get every angle of that so that they can take that into consideration. But in the meantime, we are going to bring him back to the line, flip him around, and let Zelinski lead and Mitchell chase. All right, and away we go. This time Zelinski is leading and Mitchell will chase. Zelinski with a nice smooth entry, but Mitchell is knocking on his door. Zelinski doing a really nice job with outer zone number 2, but Mitchell showing his dominance by staying super close to Zelinski, keeping that proximity as they transition across the center section and into outer zone number 3. Mitchell putting it on his door. Wow. What an amazing chase by Mitchell. Unfortunately, I think he's carrying a 0 from the first run, which is an absolute bummer because that was a heater of a chase. And as a special treat, we get to see it again on the replay. So make sure you pull up that live stream if you guys want to see the replays exactly as the judges are seeing them, so you can scour over what we're looking at as well. And the judges have deliberated. They will go ahead with a winner, and Zelinski will get the win. Zelinski will get the win. Again, as we said before, I believe the factor in giving Zelinski the win was heavily that Mitchell did spin after his lead run, and again, that is a 0. So he was going into the chase at a large disadvantage, so unfortunately, that will count heavily against him. But Zelinski moves on into the top 16. Great job by both drivers, and Zelinski will go ahead and move on.
Where you got that baller chair?
Yeah. Dude, send me the link. Stop fucking on. I'll have to get one before Evergreen. Yeah. We got good chairs up there. We got to get better chairs up there. Those are stools. They're terrible stools. Yeah. The next competition, we got to be straight over there.
Do your thing, dude. I'll be up here all night, so coming back. All right, we have Bruwsky on the line. Bruwsky will go against Taylor Ray since he did qualify higher. Bruwsky will lead and Taylor Ray will chase, and away we go. Bruwsky, no stranger to this track, is absolutely screaming off the line, entering just after that first point on the wall, getting nice and wide into outer zone number 2. Great job in the lead by Bruwsky, but Taylor Ray is right on his door. He's not letting them get away as they come across that center section and into outer zone number 3. Absolutely great lead line, great track position by Bruwsky, but Taylor Ray looking very aggressive in the chase as well, so great job there. We are going to take a quick look at the replay as we line them up, switching positions, and run them again. And while we take a look at this replay, we will remind you that Matt Bystrak is in the middle of his competition timeout right now. So shout out to his crew, thrashing on his car, making sure he's ready to go back against Rome. We're going to send this battle again. Taylor Ray in the lead and Dmitry Bruwsky giving chase. Super aggressive entry by Taylor Ray, but doesn't quite get into outer zone at number 2. A little bit late, but which allows Bruwsky to get up on his door and then fall back. Insane stuff right now, guys. As they come across the line, Bruwsky on his door. Great job there by both of those drivers. I believe there was a little bit of a hiccup in the chase position by Bruwsky, but again, Taylor did kind of miss the entry of outer zone number 2. Bruwsky did a phenomenal job in his lead on getting all the way out super deep in outer zone number 2. We'll get to see that in the replay in just a second. So the judges will take a look at both of those spots and just really analyze that and come up with a driver that they think did better. Or maybe we will get it one more time. I don't know. And the judges are finished deliberating. Dmitry Bruwsky gets the win. Dmitry gets the win. The judges believe he just had a little bit cleaner of a lead and chase there. He did a better job getting into outer zone at number 2. But again, they were splitting hairs when they were taking a look at the runs. So congratulations to Dmitry. He will move on into top 16. All right, so our next battle was going to be Trevor Root and Colin Chrisette. Unfortunately, Colin Chrisette is having some mechanical issues, and he will call his 5 minutes now. So we will move on to our next battle. It will either be Adam LZ against Ben Hobson, or we may run the second half of Rome and Bystrak, only if Bystrak is ready after his competition timeout. So stick with me. We'll let you know exactly what's going on in a second. All right, so I did get word that we have the second half of the battle between Matt Bystrak and Rome Charpentier heading back up. Bystrak was able to fix his car with the help of his team, so huge shout out there. So we'll get the second half of that battle going right now. Now we will remember that Bystrak did have that failure in the middle of their battle, so he is going into this one at a pretty large disadvantage. But stranger things have happened, so make sure you guys keep an eye on the track, and let's see how the rest of this battle shapes up. If you guys are sitting in the stands, make sure you wave to our drone. You're on the live stream right now, enjoying this nice afternoon at Raceway Park here for the Riverside Drift 50K presented by Link ECU. Thank you guys, everyone who came out today. Hello from our judges tower, and thank you to everyone watching at home on the live stream. We're about to run the second half of the battle between Rome Charpentier and Matt Bystrak. Bystrak getting a little bit of a mechanical failure in the middle of his run, forcing him to call his competition 5 timeout. And we are now about to finish the second half of that battle. So unfortunately, Bystrak is at a heavy disadvantage, but we are going to get to see him lead now. And Rome Charpentier will chase. I hear him warming up their tires in the burnout box as we speak and heading back to the line. All right, we see Bystrak on the line leading. Rome, Charpentier chasing. The arms are down and away they go. Bystrak's got a point to prove as he enters super early at that first mark. Coming screaming across the track. I don't know if Rome's giving him a little bit of room, but he shouldn't, as Bystrak is asserting dominance in outer zone number 2. Rome's hanging back just a little bit, I think because he knows he's at a disadvantage, but Bystrak getting a little too shallow there. Oof, and straightening right across the line. Ugh, you hate to see it. Judges are gonna take a look, but I might say unofficially this is Rome. And let's make it official. Rome Charpentier gets the win. Rome will get the win. Unfortunately, too heavy of a mistake on Bystrak's point. I'll say that first run definitely put the nail in the coffin for him there. But props to him and the team for checking out the car, getting it back fit for competition, and getting out here to run the second half of this battle. Up next on the line, we have Adam LZ and Ben Hobson. Two crazy aggressive drivers. Adam winning Formula Drift here last weekend, and I believe Adam is the winner of the previous Riverside Drift 50K, so there's a lot to prove here. There's a lot on the line. Hobson is no slouch either. He's a super aggressive driver in that V8 powered S14, so I'm excited for this battle for one. Been looking forward to this one all day. All right, here we go. Hobson will lead and Adam LZ will chase. Hobson with a big flick there on entry, just getting to the edge of that outer zone number 1 though. Again, entering outer zone number 2 just a little bit late, and Adam is in the middle of that smoke, just trying to keep up with Ben Hobson's V8 powered machine as they transition across the center section into outer zone number 3. Little bit of bumper left on the track too, getting close. Nice job. We're going to get that replay here. Hobson with a big flick into outer zone number 1, but he does leave that a little bit early. He does enter outer zone 2 a little bit late, and again, props to Adam for sticking with him even in all of that smoke. Ben Hobson looking super fast in that machine, but Adam LZ is not letting him get away that easy. So let's flip him around this time. Adam LZ will lead, and Ben Hobson will give chase. All right, and away we go for the second half of this battle. Adam LZ in the lead and Ben Hobson giving chase. Adam LZ is zooming in there, but Ben Hobson looking super aggressive in the chase position. Adam getting all the way out to outer zone number 2. Oh no. Oh no. Very, very unfortunate for our reigning champ here. But again, Ben looking super aggressive. I think this one is going to Ben, unfortunately. We are going to put the replay up here so our judges can take a look. Unfortunately, Adam was looking amazing as he was going into outer zone number 2, and I think he just got a little bit too deep. Flirting with the line of awesome and catastrophic, which is what makes for great drifting, but sometimes you yee and sometimes you haw. All right, we will make it official. Ben Hobson gets the win. Ben Hobson will move on. Unfortunately, that mistake by LZ will knock him out. But props for getting silly out here on track, but Ben Hobson will move into the top 16. We are officially done with the left side of the bracket. We actually have one more run to do, but we will move on to the right side here with Novak and Lanz. Novak having a bye run in the top 64, and Lanz beating out Max Kimlin by inches to get into the top 32. So we'll get those guys up to the line, and we do still have one more battle on the left side of the bracket. Trevor Root and Colin Chrisette. Colin having to call his comp timeout in order to make it to the line, so. All right, we have the next battle. Novak absolutely smoking the tires off the line. Super aggressive, getting chased down by Lanz. Novak is here to party as he's just pouring smoke into outer zone at number 2. Coming across the center section there into outer zone number 3, and Lewis is right on his door. Super aggressive in the chase as well. What a run. Let's check out this replay and see how exactly silly that was, because that was silly. Great job in outer zone number 1 by Nick Novak. And Lanz does make a huge concession here. He cuts the line sort of to get closer to Novak, but that is kind of good because we do want to see the drivers as close as they can to the lead driver. So driving a little bit more shallow in order to get on his door is a good compromise in my opinion, but that was an absolute heater by Novak. He came to stand on the top of the box today, you can tell. And here's the second half of this battle. Lanz will lead and Novak will chase. Let's see if he can replicate that aggression. Lanz does fill outer zone number 1 really nicely, but he is a little bit slower than Novak as Novak reels him in. Is on the absolute side of that Corvette. Heck, well, as we were talking about earlier in the top 64, unfortunately, when you get super deep into outer zone number 2, the track falls off very steep back there. So if you're dropping a tire off, it is going to want to drag you off the track. That's why we see that dirt cloud as we're looking in there right now. Unfortunately, he just sent her a little too frickin' hard, bud. And it is what it is. We'll make it official. Nick Novak gets the win. He will move on to top 16. Novak gets the win. All right, we're just taking a quick pause here to see if Colin Chrisette is ready to come up for battle. Colin Chrisette calling his 5-minute timeout before his battle against Trevor Root, so we do need to still run this entire battle. His 5 minutes is up, and we need him to be on grid. If not, he will forfeit to Trevor Root. We were seeing Colin drive super aggressive in practice and qualifying, so we hope his machine is all right and he can continue today, but we will find out in just a moment.
I'm Travis Reeder.
I'm Ken Gushin.
I'm Matfield. I drive Link.
They are the most reliable ECU around, and they always deliver.
Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it.
Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want.
They stand behind their products and support their customers.
They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features.
I drive
Link.
Spoke too soon. Our next battle will be Trenton Beecham and Rad Dan. Trenton Beecham and Rad Dan will be heading into the burnout box for their next battle. It is looking like Colin will not make it back up, and Trevor Root may be getting the win by default here. So stay tuned. We are going to run Trenton Beecham and Rad Dan in just a second. All right, and away we go for our next battle. This is Rad Dan leading and Trenton Beecham giving chase. Rad Dan doing what he does best, and that is super aggressive entries as he's coming around to outer zone number 2. But Trenton Beecham is reeling him in, trying to stay as close as he can to the door in that E46 as they come around to outer zone number 3. Both of these drivers, no stranger to competition, and looking super aggressive as they complete that run. Here we have the replay here. We can see Rad Dan in his lead run. Again, that super aggressive entry, tons of angle there as he's coming around, but Beecham is sticking with him for this entire run, even through the smoke there. Great job by both drivers, but we're gonna flip them around and see what they have on this second run. Here we have Beecham leading and Rad Dan giving chase. Beecham with an equally as aggressive entry, but Rad Dan is right on his score as they come around to outer zone number 2. Coming across that inner clip there as they transition into outer zone number 3. And Beecham's car sounds interesting. Both of these cars together have quite the interesting soundtrack, but yeah, that was a great lead run by Beecham and a super aggressive chase by Rad Dan. This is gonna be a lot for the judges to take a look at. I'm so glad I'm not a judge. We can see the side-by-side replay right now as these drivers are both coming around outer zone number 2 across that So In Love home matchmaking inner clip. I know that inner clip does seem like it doesn't matter a whole lot, but our judges do look to that to see how much a lead driver is in control of their car. And we do have a winner. Rad Dan gets the win. Rad Dan gets the win. I believe it was that super aggressive chase that really set it over the bar for the judges there. They did enjoy that. So Rad Dan will be moving on to the top 16. Yeah, the judges elaborating just a little bit more. In addition to Rad Dan's chase, Trenton Beecham did miss outer zone number 3 more than Dan did, so that was held against him as well. So that is why Dan will move on, and we will go on to that one more time battle. I believe Chrisette is going to forfeit, so Trevor Root will get the win, but we do need to get him on the line so he can take that win and move on to the top 16. And I spoke too soon. Colin Chrisette heading up to the line here to battle Trevor Root. I do believe he got his car back together in time, and he's going to get to head up to the line against Trevor. So that's great news. We love to see when a driver can use their 5 minutes to their advantage, fix their car, and get back up to the line. So Colin did call his 5 before the battle began, so this will be from the top. Trevor Root will lead, and Colin Chrisette will chase. All right, and away we go. Trevor Root in the lead. Colin looking super aggressive in chase, trying to stay close. Trevor Root throwing a ton of angle coming out of outer zone number 1. Setting himself up pretty nicely for outer zone number 2, but Colin Chrisette is knocking on the door of that gray E36 as they're coming around that So In Love home matchmaking inner clip. Heading into that outer zone number 3. Colin falling back just a little bit, and Trevor Root could have been just a skosh deeper in that zone, but hey, I'm glad they finally were able to run this battle. Let's check out the replay here. Sort of a weird entry. Trevor Root entering a little bit late, but well within his allowable space to enter. Still, as soon as he's at angle, we can see him on throttle, showing commitment. It's looking super smooth coming around outer zone number 2, but Colin is right there on his door, only giving him a little bit of room as they come into outer zone number 3. Trevor Root did do that pretty well, but I think he could have been just a little bit deeper in outer zone 3 if I'm being picky. But I think if the judges are looking at anything, they will be looking at that entry just to make sure there was no funny business. But the drivers are heading back to the line so we can let Colin Chrisette lead and Trevor Root give chase. The judges are ready. The drivers are ready. We're getting them up to the start line so we can get the second half of this battle going. All right, thanks to our drone pilots, it looks as if Colin may be leaking some fluid. So we are going to have our start line judges just take a look at that, make sure the car is safe for competition. This will not count against either driver. We just want to make sure they're good to run before they do run. All right, we have some more information for you guys. Unfortunately, it looks as if Chrisette is leaking fluid. That is not a safe way to operate his machine, and unfortunately, he has used his competition timeout, so we are not going to let him continue to run. Trevor Root will run this second half of the battle as a bye, and unfortunately, that means that Trevor Root will advance, provided his machine can take off from the line here. So, unfortunately, it looks as if Colin's mechanical error was not able to be fixed in time, and he will forfeit this run. Trevor Root will move on. We are going to send Trevor Root by himself. Unfortunately, Chrisette is leaking fluid, so he will not be able to continue safely. The judges have made the call for him. We are not going to send him while he is leaking fluid onto the track. We'll send Trevor Root by himself. Trevor Root giving our drone pilot the thumbs up as he goes ahead with this bye run here. He's going to get to showcase that his machine is fit for competition. And let's just listen to these sweet V8 sounds as he does so. Trevor, you better go buy a lottery ticket because you are lucky you didn't do that in battle, buddy. No shenanigans on the track. Kidding aside, Trevor Root just had to showcase that his car was fit for comp, so he just had to leave the line. So he's doing a little bit of trickery there towards the end. But I will say that he does a phenomenal job here on our So In Love home matchmaking inner clip. The perfect spot for that inner clip is as close as you can get without knocking it over, and I believe Trevor Root showcased that pretty nicely. So great job there. He will move on to our top 16, and let's pick back up on the opposite side of the bracket with our next battle, which will be Denton and Jager. Our drivers are warming up in the burnout box now. Again, we have Denton and Jager warming it up, getting ready to do battle here in our top 32. I believe our fabulous track workers are just checking over the start line, making sure it is free of fluids so our drivers can continue. Thank you to all of our spectators that came out in person today and everyone watching at home for this Riverside Drift 50K presented by Link ECU here at the beautiful Englishtown Raceway Park Stadium course. Our drivers are on the line, and we are ready for battle. Denton, qualifying higher, will lead, and Jager, having to battle his way in, will chase. Drivers are ready. Judges are ready. Our fabulous start line judge is checking in with those drivers, and he will send them on their way. Denton entering nice and smooth and super early, filling outer zone number 1 nicely, but Jager is knocking on the door as they come into outer zone number 2. Really well done by the lead driver as well as Jager in chase. Lead driver Denton is doing a great job with that line there, and Jager is using him as a clip, trying to reel him in outer zone number 3. Nicely done here by both drivers. We have a replay here. You can see Denton entering right about where he should, filling outer zone number 1 nicely, allowing Jager to get super close. Oh, I didn't see this on the first run. I believe Denton got a little bit of the wall there in outer zone number 2, but it didn't seem to phase him too much, so that won't count against him there. Does a nice job on the So In Love home matchmaking inner clip as he comes into outer zone number 3. Nice job on the lead run there. We're flipping him around this time. Alex Jager will lead and Denton will chase. Jager entering again early and super smooth as they come around to outer zone number 2. Jager doing a super fast lead run, but Denton is right on his door, not letting him run away as they come across that So In Love home matchmaking inner clip. Pouring on the angle coming into outer zone number 3. Oh no. Denton spins in the chase, and that will be a 0 for the chase for Denton. You hate to see it, guys. Judges are going to take a look at that, make sure there's no funny business. And let's make it official. Alex Jager gets the win. Alex Jager gets the win, and we'll move on to top 16.
All right, your next battle up is going to be Jacob Anderson and Jonathan Narron. Now, this will be, again, one of your newbies for us here at Riverside Drift. We have not seen Jonathan Narron in competition with us. We have seen Jacob Anderson. He's a 3-time podium sitter with us here at Riverside Drift back in Indiana. So he is gunning to make a name for himself out here at Englishtown Raceway Park as we line him up with Jonathan Narron in that S14. Jacob Anderson is one of your non-pro or pro-spec Link drivers with you here this weekend. And we do have confirmation from the judges. They are ready to go. So Austin's arms are up, and they are off, moving through the chicane down here into the initiation. Jonathan Narron in the lead. Jacob Anderson gives chase into the 3-2-1 there. Jacob has a little bit of a bobble in that chase position. Jonathan Narron does nice work in outer zone number 1, switching around here into outer zone number 2, but Jonathan Narron not making it into that second outer zone. Jacob Anderson closed a little bit of his gap past that So in Love Home matchmaking inner clip as they transition into outer zone number 3. Nice and deep there in that last outer zone, but there are some errors in the lead position from Jonathan Narron. Let's see what happens when we swap lead for chase and put Jacob Anderson in the lead in that Link ECU E36 here at Englishtown. All right, here we go. Judges are reviewing the footage from that first half as we switch them around, getting them lined up back in that start chicane. Austin makes his way in between the two lanes there. Looking at a clear track. Confirms with both drivers they are ready to go. The arms are up in the air, and they're off for the second half of this battle. In your top 32, Jacob Anderson leads Jonathan Narron down past those Link ECU flags into the initiation zone. Jonathan Narron goes deep and makes contact with Jacob Anderson. Brings it back around. Good big mark on the door of Jacob Anderson's E36 as they make their way around through outer zone number 2. A little bit better work in the lead position from Jacob Anderson as they transition past that last So in Love Home matchmaking flag into outer zone number 3. Not quite able to close the gap in that chase position. We'll see what the judges have to say about that, but that was a cleaner run for me in the lead position there, but Jonathan Narron was able to maintain and make up some of that proximity. All right, we have a call in from one judge. We got a call for 2. We're waiting for third to get confirmation here. Okay, that will be a unanimous one more time for Jacob Anderson and Jonathan Narron. Unanimous one more time, Jacob Anderson, Jonathan Narron. That's what we want to see here. Again, these guys can't leave anything for chance. They've got to put it all on the table here to take home that $25,000 cash prize for first place. So this will be a no holds barred. Get them back around here, let them change tires and get ready. But again, that is a one more time. Jacob Anderson and Jonathan Narron. Next up, you will have 2 drivers from the Great White North facing off to claim their spot in the top 16. Moving out of the top 32 will be Josiah Filets and Jonathan Guitard in that SC300, making his way down again from Quebec. For those of you guys watching on the live stream, you are seeing the next 2 drivers there scrubbing in that burnout box before they make their way to the start line. Looks like Jonathan's ready, and Josiah's not quite there yet, trying to make his way through the burnout box. And there he goes. They are out to the start chicane. So this will be Josiah in the lead for the first half of this battle. Making their way around there as the media guy gets his camera set on top of the lead car. And here we go. They are off in the first half of this battle. Making the, in contact before we even get to the initiation. This is aggression like you have not seen yet this weekend. Okay, this is a new one for us here. Not quite seen that. Looking at the back of that S14. might have something tweaked, but we'll see what happens here. And the left front of that SC300 might also have something. So let's bring him around here to the start line, see what happens. Based on the sound of that S14, we might have another problem as well. So let's see what the drivers have to say as they make their way back to Austin on that start line.
Thank you, Ryan. And if we do remember, Josiah did go into the wall really hard in practice. We did see him take a bye run in the top 64, but I'm wondering if maybe there's some leftover issues in that S14 that caused him to slow up like that. Or maybe he just poured a little bit too much angle on. Either way, we are going to hold him there while our judges take a look. All right, so we did see a little bit of contact there. We want to give you guys a little bit more information about what is going on. Because their contact was before initiation, that will be on the chase driver because the lead driver needs room to enter. That's the rule. You have to give the lead driver room to enter even if they're doing a crazy flick. If you contact them as they're entering, that will be on the chase driver. We are going to give Josiah the option to have 10 minutes to look over his car. Not sure if he will take that or not since they're both on the start line, but they will give fault to the chase driver, Guttard, for that contact before initiation. It looks like both drivers are good to run, so we will send the second half of this battle. Keep in mind there is fault assessed, so the judges will have that on the first run and measure that against this second run. As Guttard is in the lead and Josiah Filets will give chase. Guttard entering nice and wide there, looking super fast in outer zone number 1, but Josiah is keeping it on his door there. Coming around outer zone number 2. As they come across that So in Love home matchmaking interclip into outer zone number 3. Josiah hanging back just slightly, and Guttard could have gone a bit deeper there in outer zone number 3. But give it up for both of those drivers making up for that first run there. And let's make it official. Due to the contact on the first run, Josiah Filets will get the win. Josiah Filets will get the win. Unfortunately, that is heavily due to that contact causing the stop for that first run.
All right, next up, you're going to have Andy Haitley and Troy Manors. You have a current Pro Spec and a former Pro 2 driver making their way up here. Troy Manors, another one of your Link ECU drivers here with you this weekend in the S14.5. From PRL Motorsports. I think we can hear them in the burnout box. It looks like that is confirmed by our drone footage on the replay. Haitley will be in the lead. Troy Manors will give chase on the first half of this battle. Looks like Andy makes his way out of the burnout box. He is pulling up to the line as well as Troy Manors. So we'll bring him up here to Austin, get him set in that start chicane, and get ready for the first half of this battle of the top 32. Looks like they have made their way to the start line. making their way off as Austin drops his arms and sends them here down past those Link ECU flags into the 3-2-1. Transitioning up onto the wall, Andy Haley, good work putting the back driver's side tire right on that white painted line. That's what we want to see. Transitioning into outside zone number 2, bringing it around. Troy Manors sacrificed just a little bit of angle to maintain the proximity, but nice work there next to the E46 of Andy Haley as they transition past the So in Love home matchmaking flag into outside zone number 3 and across the line. Good aggression from both drivers there on the first half of this battle. We'll bring them back around and swap lead for chase. But I'm excited to see what happens on the second half of this battle. Your top 32 here with you at Raceway Park. All right, here we go. Second half of the battle. Your top 32. Troy Manors in the lead. Andy Haley gives chase, making their way down to the 3-2-1. Not quite as deep in outer zone number 1 from Troy Manors in the lead position, but Andy Haley sticks with him nicely as they make their way into outside zone number 2. A little bit of brake work from both drivers. Andy dragging that front left wheel around and carrying it through inner clip number 1. Makes contact with the back bumper of Troy Manors. There in the chase position, sets him up in a very bad spot for outside zone number 3. I'm not a judge here with you this weekend, but we'll see what they have to say about it as we wait for their call down there with Austin at your finish line. All right, as we wait for the judges to review the footage here on the replays that are provided by our drone, we want to go ahead and thank some of our sponsors. You have Link ECU as your title sponsor here for the 50Ks in 2023. We also have Vitch Visuals, BC Racing, Scotty D. Those guys are with you here in the house this weekend as he was a competitor in your 50K, unfortunately out due to mechanical failure in his new Edge Mustang, supported by himself. We also have the Taxi Garage guys out there supporting us. If you've seen them in the pits, we've had those out here for some of the guys to ride around. We took them out at the beginning of our top 64 as we started our live stream. Ignite Race Fuel. Many of the guys here with you this weekend are running on Ignite Race Fuel. And that will be a unanimous Andy Haley. Unanimous Andy Haley. All right, we are waiting on the one more time of Jacob Anderson and Jonathan Narron, but we will continue on down the line. We have Derek Madison and Casey Rodriguez. So that will be your next battle up as we await the one more time from Jacob Anderson and Jonathan Narron. Making our way down the right side of the bracket, here we are in your final corner of your top 32. We'll have one more battle pulling up after this. The last drivers to make their first pass, as long as we have no more one more times, will be Connor O'Sully and Steve Misco. All right, looks like we can hear him in the burnout box up here in the stand. For those of you guys on the live stream, you might not have that just yet as our drone makes its way over there, but we will get them going. Derek Madison piloting one of your Fuel Lab vehicles here this weekend. Another sponsor with us here at Riverside Drift for 2023. Thankful to have all these guys support. We cannot do it without all the sponsors we brought on board and believe in our mission here for 2023. trying to give everybody a chance to battle with the pros. There we go. Drone pans up over the tower here. Looks at an empty burnout box as we make our way around here onto the start line. Derek Madison's going to lead with Casey Rodriguez giving chase. Making their way up here. Cameras placed from the media guy in that chase car. Arms dropped and they're off the line. Making their way down to the 3-2-1 here along that Link ECU banner. Transition through outside zone number 1. Nice work there across the infield. A little bit of brake work from Derek Madison as he gets it out. Nice work in outer zone number 2 in that lead position. Casey Rodriguez not quite able to maintain the proximity as they make it way into outside zone number 3 in that great. Oh, and a over rotation in the chase position from Casey Rodriguez. So he will be waiting for a significant mistake from Derek Madison in the second half of this battle. In that vehicle, wrapped by Vitch and Visuals, another one of our sponsors with you here this weekend for Riverside Drift, based out of Collinsville, Illinois. All right, here we go. Back on the start line. Swapped lead for chase. And looks like Casey Rodriguez will be calling his 5-minute timeout. Makes his way up to the line and calls a 5-minute timeout. So here for just a second, we'll look at that Fuel Lab vehicle. Oh, and the Yeet Fleet 350Z. As they make their way around that start chicane to head back into the pits with Derek Madison and wait on Casey Rodriguez to finish his competition 5-minute timeout. So next up, we will hear from our pre-grid. We'll see if we are proceeding with O'Sully and Steve Misco, or if Jacob Anderson and Jonathan Narron have got their tires changed and ready to go for their one more time battle.
You guys on the live stream are getting a nice bird's eye view of the double burnout box. We have two of our drivers, I believe that is Anderson and Narron, on the line there getting ready to run their one more time battle. I'm excited to see this one. I don't know about you guys, but we'll run that one more time while we give Rodriguez a minute to check over his car. He did call his competition 5 timeout, and I see it getting rolled off the start line there. So unfortunately, he is leaving at a pretty heavy disadvantage against the second half of that battle with Derek Madison. But we will get to that as soon as we run the one more time between Anderson and Narron. We see both of those cars heading into the burnout box now. This is a new thing for this year. I don't think we've seen simultaneous burnouts, but I personally like it. The more burnouts we can watch at once, the better.
All right, here we go. Arms drop with Jonathan Narron in the lead. Jacob Anderson giving chase as they make their way down here to the 3-2-1. Marks on the wall. Nice work all the way on the outside of outside zone number 1. In that driver's rear of Jonathan Narron. Good proximity from Jacob Anderson as he tries to maintain the gap around through that So in Love Home Matchmaking inner clip. Tips that with a corner driver's side bumper in the E36 to chase position, but good work there from both drivers. we'll swap them around and see what we've got. But that was a great run for both of those guys here this weekend. Jacob Anderson making clean work with half the horsepower in that Link ECU E36. Great job from him as we switch around and put him in the lead in front of the S14 of Jonathan Narron. Getting ready. Oh. And we have another 5-minute timeout. Jonathan Narron calls his 5 minutes. Not sure if this is a phase tactic for Jacob Anderson, but everything looked like it was working okay there. So we will pull Jacob Anderson off the line for the second half of this battle real quick, and we will pull up O'Sully and Misco.
I'm Travis Reeder.
I'm Ken Gushin.
I'm Matt Field. I drive Link.
They are the most reliable ECU around, and they always deliver.
Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it.
Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want.
They stand behind their products and support their customers.
They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features.
I drive
Link.
And then we will have to see who we are waiting for their 5-minute timeout to end, making their way back up here.
We have O'Sully and Misco in the burnout box here. And just so you guys are keeping track, we're currently in the midst of 2 competition timeouts, one by Narron and another one by Rodriguez. So we're going to make sure our workers are just checking that out, making sure they take their 5 minutes and see if they can get back to the line so we can run the second half of those battles. But right now we have Steve Misco on the line and O'Sully as well. Misco qualifying high enough that he came from a bye run and he's gonna get to lead, and O'Sully will chase. And away we go. And away we go. Steve Misco in the lead and O'Sully chasing. Misco looking really dominant there, but O'Sully is reeling him in as they come through outer zone number 2. Misco looking very smooth and O'Sully using that to capitalize it and put it on his door. Misco a little bit shallow. Heck. Dang, Misco came into outer zone number 3 a little bit shallow and O'Sully sent it. And then Misco spun after the run was over. Was that a 0-0? Am I in the Matrix right now? We're gonna need a minute to take a look at this. Luckily, you guys, if you're taking a look at the live stream, you can look at it with us. Here's where it starts to go wrong. Misco a little bit shallow here. O'Sully sending it way too hard, getting the wall twice, and then Misco, luckily they cut it afterwards. Did Misco slip a 20 to our drone guys? But he does spin over the line. All right, we're going to clarify this rule here. The judges have decided that because Misco transitioned, that he showed control of his car over the line, and they are not going to give him a 0 for spinning. That is the decision by our judges. So Misco will keep that lead run, and O'Sully will be stuck with a 0 for getting a little too deep in outer zone number 3 and getting into the wall, unfortunately. I believe our workers are checking out O'Sully's car to make sure that he is fit to continue in competition against Misco. O'Sully, if his car is together, will lead, and Misco will chase. And if you guys were paying attention, we're running a simultaneous 2 5-minute timeouts. Narron has about 4.5 minutes left on his competition timeout, and Rodriguez is heading down into a 3-minute left on his competition timeout. These drivers are going to need to get their cars back together and head up to grid within that 5 minutes, or they will forfeit to the other driver. We've got a lot of irons in the fire here, guys, so stick with us as we make sense of the last couple battles here in the top 32. I can't believe things are heating up already. It's getting crazy here.
Okay, jumping back on here as we sorted some stuff out, so we have a few updates for you. Jonathan Narron sitting under 1 minute left in his competition time out. Casey Rodriguez makes it out in time for his 5 minutes as he just now leaves his pits. I can see it from up here in the stands. So he is getting ready to go. I am pending a few calls from the judges here on what just happened as we made our way back up here. So I'm going to turn it back over to Sarah, but that was your update on your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for that, Ryan. Appreciate the insight on there. I do see Rodriguez heading back to the line as well. So we have kind of 2 competition 5 timeouts coming to an end almost simultaneously. And we need to figure out what is happening with O'Sully, whether or not he's going to call his comp 5 or not. We'll keep you posted, but one of those 3 battles, the second half, will be to the line in just a moment. All right, so we have some more information on O'Sully. He will be taking his 5-minute timeout to rebead his tire that he debeaded on the wall. And given how hard he hit the wall, I think he's come away relatively unscathed from that. We're glad the car is all right. We're glad the driver is all right. So he will take a 5-minute timeout as well. We have Rodriguez and Madison back on the line. Rodriguez able to get his car back together. We're actually seeing some drone shots of the burnout box where we have Derek Madison and Casey Rodriguez warming up their cars and heading to grid for the second half of this battle. Now, I'll refresh your memory for the first half of this battle. Rodriguez did spin out of outer zone number 3. So he is at a heavy disadvantage, and now he is going to lead Derek Madison into the second half of this battle. Our judges are ready, our drivers are ready, and away they go. Rodriguez managing to get his car back together for this lap. He's going to lead Derek Madison. Careful entry here, and a little bit shallow coming into outer zone at number 2, which makes him a little bit wide there and allows Madison to catch up to his door. Now, if we remember, Rodriguez did spin, so he is at a disadvantage here, but he does manage to get it across the line. And that is the second half of that battle in the books. The judges will look to their notes on the first half of this battle and just make sure nothing crazy happened. But again, we will see. Thank you to our drone pilots for the replay here of the first part of this battle. But again, Rodriguez is at a heavy disadvantage here. And the judges will make sure there was nothing crazy before they make it official and give Derek the win. And it is official. Derek Madison will get the win and advance. Derek Madison will get the win. Unfortunately, that spin that we saw will take Rodriguez out. But a heck of a drive here today. Great job as Madison advances to the top 16. And coming down to seconds, I think Narron has made it back to the, nope. Hold on, I'm speaking too soon. Our judges are clarifying the rule. So what we got going on here is that Narron was very, very close to the limit on his 5 minute and potentially went over. We are having our workers and our judges review that to see if he is allowed to run or if he did in fact take too much of that 5 minute timeout, and he will forfeit to Anderson. So stick with us. This may be a bye run from Anderson. We believe that he was within that 5-minute span. It was splitting hairs, but we're going to let them run it and decide it on the track. That's how I like to see battles decided, so I'm glad to see it. I believe this was a pretty darn good battle. I don't think either driver is at an advantage, so I, for one, want to see the second half of this battle. So we are going to let our drivers go. They're still waiting on the line for confirmation, but we're going to let the second half of this battle run. And away we go. This time Anderson leading and Narron giving chase. Anderson looking super confident coming through the center section there, and Narron just absolutely on his door. Anderson looking really, really settled, pulling away in the lead position, taking out that So In Love home matchmaking inner clip. A little bit shallow in outer zone number 3, but Narron is knocking on his door the entire time. Give it up for both of these drivers. Guys, I think this is going one more time. I'm not a judge, and that's a good thing, but I want to see this go one more time. That was a close battle here. And thanks to our drone pilots, we're going to get to see the first battle side by side with the second one, since there was a good amount of time in between. They will look to see if they can decide a winner, but if not, we will send them again. And the winner of this battle will go against Alex Jager in the top 16. Keep in mind, we also have O'Sully and Misco. O'Sully getting the wall heavy in his chase run against Misco. He did call his 5 to rebeat his tire, and then we will run that second half of the battle as soon as they are ready. But in the meantime, the judges are taking a look at these runs side by side to decide a winner. And not for nothing, they've already gone one more time, so these drivers are really, really evenly matched. Jonathan Narron in a 1,000 wheel horsepower V8 powered S14, and that BMW, I believe that is an M52 in there. M50, thank you. Only making about 550 wheels, so great job there by his team setting up that car to be able to chase down that 1,000 wheel horsepower pro car. So, and it is official. Jonathan Narron will get the win. Jonathan Narron will get the win. We'll see if our judges can give us a bit of insight as to why that was. And I believe that was just from aggression alone. Narron just super aggressive in lead and then very, very close in chase. Again, I think our judges were splitting hairs. They already went one more time. I thought it should be one more time, but they did decide a winner there. Jonathan Narron will move on to the top 16.
I'm Travis Reeder.
I'm Ken Gushin.
I'm Matt Field. I drive Link.
They are the most reliable ECU around, and they always deliver.
Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it.
Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want.
They stand behind their products and support their customers.
They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features.
I drive
Link.
We are back from that quick break, and we want to give a shout out to everybody watching at home on the live stream. We have a few friends watching from US Drift, so shout out to Rapper Dan, Graham, and Carl. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We wish you were here driving with us, but watching from home will have to do. And thank you to all of our fans watching on the live stream. Give us a comment, drop us a comment, let us know what you think about this event so far. Let us know who you think should get the win as we head into our top 16 under the lights. Thank you so much to all of our fans tuning in on the live stream at home. If you guys are curious about what this bracket looks like, you can head over to the Riverside Drift Facebook page to check out the bracket. We are now into the top 16 drivers. We do have one more battle before we're officially into the top 16 between O'Sully and Misco. O'Sully did catch the wall quite a bit. I was expecting more damage personally, but he only debeaded a tire and took his comp 5 in order to rebead that. So the drivers we have in the top 16 at this point are Alec Robbins, Hansen, Zelinski. Oh, and away we go. O'Sully will lead and Misco will give chase. O'Sully looking confident, but he does miss outer zone number 1 a little bit as he's coming around outer zone number 2. Misco is getting very close to him, although that error by O'Sully in the chase as he's coming around looking not shy from outer zone number 3, and they are over the line. Now, I will wait for it to be official, but if you guys remember from the previous run, O'Sully did catch the wall quite a bit, so I believe it will go to Misco. And let's make it official. Steve Misco gets the win. Steve Misco will get the win. That will round out our top 16 drivers. I will pick back up at the top so we can all know which ones are moving into the top 16. We have Robbins, Hansen, Zelinski, Stratton, Charpentier, Bruwsky, Root, Hobson, Novak, Radan, Jager, Narron, Filets, Haley, Madison, and Misco. That will be your top 16 drivers. And we will head into that shortly. Thanks for sticking with us here under the lights at Raceway Park for the Riverside Drift 50K presented by Link ECU. Hey, Mark, we see your comment and we will announce them again, but right now we have Hansen on the line. Going against Alec Robbins. We're going to get into our top 16 right quick. Robbins, our number 1 qualifier, enters looking super aggressive, getting all the way to the edge of outer zone at number 1. Hansen trying to reel him in as they come around to outer zone at number 2. Hansen diving up to the door of Alec Robbins. Well done in the chase position. Just slightly knocking over that So In Love home matchmaking inner clip as they go through outer zone 3 and across the line. Wow. Heck yeah, that was an absolutely amazing lead run and a great chase from outer zone 2 by Hansen. Luckily for you guys at home, you're gonna get to see it again, and anyone that wants to pull up the live stream, it is up right now so you guys can check it out. Slight correction by Alec in outer zone number 2 actually allowed Hansen to get up on his door, which is what we want to see, so it works out. And while we're waiting, I'll run down our top 16 drivers real quick for all of you guys listening at home. That was a battle between Alec Robbins and Hansen. We also have Zelinski, Stratton, Charpentier, Bruwsky, Root, Hobson, Novak, Radan, Jager, Narron, Filets, Haley, Madison, and away we go again with the second half of this battle. Oh, Hansen pouring on the angle, and Alec Robbins getting into the backside of Hansen, putting it on his door as we get an outer zone to number 2. Like to see Rudy a little bit deeper there as they come across the So In Love home matchmaking interclip, coming around to outer zone at number 3, spitting flames as they come across the line. Wow, what a battle. I'm gonna need to see that side by side. We have the side-by-side coming up here for you guys. This was an insane battle. What a great way to kick off top 16, sorry. We do have one more battle in top 32. Just kidding, no we don't. We have all of our drivers locked in there for top 16. And what a great way to kick that off. Our judges are taking a look at this first top 16 battle between Robbins and Hansen. Super, super aggressive on both the lead and the chase by both of these drivers. Maybe a small error on Hansen's part on that entry, potentially. But again, I am no judge. I'm just the relayer of the information. But thank you guys so much for coming out today to support the Riverside Drift 50K presented by Link ECU at the beautiful Raceway Park. Thank you guys so much for watching as well. And our judges are deliberating for the first battle in the top 16. And the results are in, and they could not be more split. We had one judge say Rudy Hansen, we had one judge say Alec Robbins, and the third judge said one more time. So we will be going one more time. Suit up, boys, get back in those cars, and let's run it again. While we let our drivers head back to the pits, change tires, and get ready for their one more time battle, we have Zelinski and Stratton heading into the burnout box to warm up those tires and get ready for competition. Now, since the lights are on, it is nighttime here at Raceway Park. The temperature is changing, the track is changing, and this should get super interesting as we head into our top 16 battles. For everyone just tuning in, we're only barely into our top 16. We just ran one battle, and it's going one more time. We have Dirk Stratton and Zelinski on the line here, ready to do battle. Zelinski will lead, and Stratton will chase. Zelinski beating out one of his good friends for this spot. You can tell that he's on a mission as they leave the start line. Both of these cars screaming as they come into the entry point. Zelinski, nice smooth entry, fully filling outer zone at number 1. Dirk Stratton knocking on the door as they come into outer zone at number 2. Dirk Stratton cutting some angle out in order to get it on the door of Zelinski. Coming across that So In Love home matchmaking inner clip as they come to the third outer zone. And the first run of that battle is in the books. All right, taking a look at the replay now. The judges are looking much closer thanks to our drone footage. It's one thing to witness this in person, and it's quite another to see it from the skies. The drone allows us to get a much better shot at each driver, what they're doing in the lead and chase position respectively, and allows our judges to have more information to choose a winner off of. So in the meantime, we're swapping around those drivers. We're getting them set up so that we can have Dirk Stratton lead and Zelinski give chase, and away they go. Dirk Stratton making it around that chicane, absolutely rocketing into the first turn there, entering about that 2 position of the 3-2-1 on the wall. Coming around into outer zone number 2. Looking pretty smooth in the chase position, taking that opportunity to tuck it up into the side of Dirk Stratton, coming across that inner clip and heading into outer zone number 3. Screaming across the line, and Zelinski cutting outer zone number 3 just a tad bit short in order to stay with Dirk Stratton, so the judges will take a look at that as well. Luckily, we have our side-by-side replay thanks to our drone pilots. Gotta love it. I want to see the runs over and over again, so I do love a good replay. The judges are going to take a look at each zone, try to break it down, and select a winner. And we have a winner. Unanimously, Dirk Stratton gets the win. Dirk Stratton gets the win. If you guys are in attendance, we can see a little bit of fireworks in the background. Really nicely timed for that Dirk Stratton win there. But great job by Zelinski as well, truly giving him a run for his money. You can tell we're in the top 16 now by this driving. And congratulations to Dirk Stratton on being the first driver to move on to our top 8. All right, next up in our top 16 battles, we have Charpentier and Dmitry Bruwsky. They are in the burnout box. I can hear them warming up their tires. They're ready to head out for their top 16 battle. We can see Rome's bright car heading up to the line. Rome Charpentier qualifying 4th will lead, and Dmitry Bruwsky qualifying 13th will be in the chase position for this first run. Rome and Dmitry, both FD drivers, sticking around from Formula Drift last weekend to put on a good show here for us at Raceway Park. We're here for the Riverside Drift 50K presented by Link ECU, and away we go. Rome Charpentier looking super fast as he enters, but Dmitry is right on his door. Rome coming around to outer zone at number 2, and sticking with him, albeit a little bit shallower, but that's all right. He's trying to put it on his door in the chase position as they come across, just barely tapping that inner clip, coming into outer zone at number 3. Dmitry putting it on his door, but a super aggressive lead run by Rome. Nicely done by both drivers. We're gonna get to see the replay right here. Rome, super aggressive and fast, getting in outer zone at number 1. Number 2, nice as well, and Dmitry hanging back just a little bit at the beginning of outer zone number 2, but he definitely makes up for it towards the end, coming around that inner clip and getting into outer zone number 3. The second half of that chase was very, very aggressive. All right, here we go for the second half of this battle. This time Dmitry leading and Rome Charpentier giving chase. Dmitry is super aggressive driver, just like Rome. These guys are pretty well matched in these BMWs. Dmitry is screaming through outer zone number 2, but Rome is planting it on his door. Dmitry taking out that inner clip as they come around to outer zone number 3. Dmitry getting super wide and Rome putting it on his door. 2 BMWs, 2 V8 power plants. Could this go one more time? But we do have a decision. It is official. Rome is going to get the win and move on. Rome gets the win. Perhaps our judges can give us a little bit of insight on why they chose Rome over Dmitry. All right, lead to lead, they were pretty evenly matched, but unfortunately it looks like that error in the chase position by Dmitry Bruwsky will have him knocked out and have Rome heading on to the top 8. Since those cars were so close, just a small error in the chase position by Dmitry will be the deciding factor, but that's what happens when we get this deep into competition. So congratulations to Rome for moving on to the top 8. All right, here we go for our next battle. This will be Trevor Root and Ben Hobson. Hobson in the lead and Trevor Root giving chase. Hobson looking super aggressive as he enters into outer zone 1 and 2, just absolutely moving through those zones. Trevor Root is struggling to keep up in the chase position, but he is there, doing a great job in mirroring the line. They're going super deep in outer zone number 3. And both drivers safely across the line. We lost them there for a second in the smoke of outer zone number 3, but luckily we do have the drone footage to take a look at. Hobson doing a super great job getting deep in outer zone number 1. He's looking very, very settled and confident in that car. I know Trevor Root's trying to reel him in, but Hobson's running away with it in outer zone number 2 for sure. But both drivers entering very fast and confident into outer zone number 3 as they come across the line. We're going to flip them around and let Trevor Root lead and Ben Hobson give chase. All right, away we go for the second part of this battle. We have Trevor Root in the lead and Ben Hobson giving chase. Trevor Root entering pretty quickly, but not quite as aggressive as Ben Hobson reels him into outer zone number 2. Hobson mirroring his angle, getting super close to Trevor Root. Trevor Root, a nice smooth lead, allowing Ben Hobson to get that close as they both come in super, super quick in outer zone number 3 and across the line. Wow, give it up for these two drivers. 2 V8s, maybe a little bit of a contact, a little smooch there in outer zone number 2, but I'm hoping we pull up the side-by-side, and there it is, so we can take a closer look. Getting even close there, as we can see on the replay. Hobson getting super close on the transition behind Trevor Root as well. Just excellent proximity, nicely done there. But again, Trevor Root doing a great job in the lead. I just personally think Hobson might have been a little bit more aggressive in both the lead and the chase. So we'll have to see what the judges have to say. And it is a split decision. One of our judges wants a one more time, but the other 2 judges have given it to Ben Hobson. Ben Hobson gets the win. Ben Hobson will move on to the top 8. Up next, we have Novak and Rad Dan. Novak qualifying number 2 yesterday, so he will lead and Rad Dan will give chase. Rad Dan looking super aggressive all day in practice. So I think he's going to give it all she's got, Captain, and he's going to need it behind Novak because, again, Novak just looking absolutely dialed in practice and qualifying second. Our drone pilot's giving us a great vantage point of the burnout box as our drivers finish warming up their tires to get ready for their battle. We have Nick Novak heading up to the line in that E46, and Raddan in his Supra finishing up his burnout as well and heading into the chase position. Novak turning on the underglow for style points. You love to see it. He's putting it all on the line here, literally as the arms are down and away they go. Dan jumping the start just a little bit to try to stay close to Novak, who is so fast. Super aggressive and smooth entry there by Novak. Dan choking up to get on the side there. Potentially a bobble, but he's on the door of Novak as they're heading into outer zone. Number 2 coming across that inner clip and transitioning into the wall of death, outer zone. And number 3, both these drivers screaming and losing them through the smoke as they finish that run. Whew, that might have been the smokiest battle of the night. It's still out there. We can see the replay here. Dan shooting some flames. Couple corrections in the chase position behind Novak. Novak looking absolutely settled there in the lead. He came to win. But Dan is not going to let him get away that easy. We're going to flip him around, let Dan Burkett lead, and Nick Novak give chase. And away they go. Dan Burkett will lead and Nick Novak will chase, but we do have some lights for a false start that the drivers can see. It's actually aimed directly at our drivers, so you guys might not be able to pick that up on the live stream. But the rules are clear. Our lead driver needs to make it through a chicane of cones without jumping the start or hitting any of those cones. The chase driver can kind of do whatever they want as long as they leave the lead driver enough room to initiate. But we want a nice, clean start, and we want these drivers as close as possible on an entry to give you guys a nice, beautiful tandem to enjoy at home. So we're going to put those drivers back in the lead and chase and let them go again. I will note that 3 no starts is a 0. So we need a nice clean start here. And we have it. Dan Burkett entering right in the middle of that 3-2-1 cone. Looking super smooth coming through outer zone to number 1. Novak on his door. Hot diggity dog. They're coming through outer zone number 2. And Novak asserting dominance there. Knocking on his door as they come into outer zone to number 3. Catching some wall. I could have sworn I saw some dirt there. I'm going to need to see the replay. That was an aggressive chase and an equally aggressive lead by Dan Burkett. I can't wait for that replay. They're certainly not making it easy on our judges here. We have 2 very stylish, very aggressive drivers. You can tell they both came to be at the top of the podium today, but unfortunately only one is going to move on. I am curious to see what's happening as they come into outer zone number 3 with Novak in the chase. It looks like a clean run. I don't believe there was any contact there from the angle that I am watching, so I might have been imagining that dirt. But we will see what the judges think. The judges are going to take a look at this side-by-side for as long as they need to come up with a decision, but as soon as we have it, I will let you guys know. And it is official. We have a decision. Nick Novak will get the win. Novak gets the win, and he will move on to the next battle. The judges just thought he had more put together, more smooth runs in both the lead and the chase, and he definitely had the aggression on Dan there. It was very, very close, but with the side-by-side, they were able to come up with a winner. So Novak will move on to top 8. Up next, we have Jager and Narron. The next battle in our top 8, we'll have those drivers head to the burnout box right now so they can warm up their tires and get ready for their battle. All right, here we go. These two drivers, we have Narron in the, oh, my bad. This is a different battle, my bad. All right, we have our one more time battle of Robbins and Hansen. This one was super aggressive on the first time out, and it's looking to be equally as aggressive here as they come around that inner clip. Getting nice and close, but not knocking it over. Our number one qualifier, Robbins, looking settled in the lead, and Rudy Hansen trying to reel him in the chase. Excellent job there, guys. Snuck in there on me. We're taking a minute to review the replay here with Alec Robbins in the lead and Rudy Hansen in the chase. Judges are making sure they see all of that run before we flip them around and send it again. This time, Rudy Hansen will get to lead and Alec Robbins will chase. Alec Robbins, our number one qualifier from yesterday. When you see him run, you know why. This guy has his car absolutely dialed in. He's ready to run. But Rudy Hansen is not going to let him get away that easy. As they head into the first turn, Robbins reeling in Rudy as they come around to that outer zone at number one and across the track now to number two. Rudy Hansen getting into outer zone two just a little bit late, and Robbins absolutely planting it on his door there in the chase position as they come across that inner clip and into outer zone to number three. Goodness gracious. All right, now we can see. Now we can see why this went one more time. Super aggressive there. The drivers are going to hang tight. They have their underglow on. They're waiting to see what the judges think. We're going to get the replay up here shortly just so we can take a look at both runs side by side and see if our judges can decide a winner. Let's hear what you guys think. Do you guys think Alec Robbins gets the win? All right, where are Rudy Hansen fans at? Who thinks Rudy Hansen should get the win? And who thinks it should go one more time again? I think we got some fans of drifting here that want to see that battle go one more time, but our judges are breaking it down from the replay. Alec looking extremely aggressive and super close in that chase position. Is aggressive in the lead. This is going to be a tough one to call, and you can certainly tell why these drivers went one more time. That's the win. Looking more aggressive. The judges will give it to him. Again, they're splitting hairs, but he is going to get the win there, so he's moving on to top 8. All right, some technical difficulties there, but we're on to our next battle. This is Narron and Jager. A little bit of trickery here in the first half of this battle. Narron is looking pretty dialed in outer zone number 2, and Jager is hanging back just a little bit. I'm wondering if there's a reason as to why. We're gonna have to take a look closely at this replay here. But Narron, it looks to be running away with it, but I definitely want to see outer zone number 1 just one more time and see if there was anything going on there that might have caused that. Yeah, it looks like Jager just didn't quite get the start he needed to get close to Narron. Again, Narron is 1,000 wheel horsepower in that beast, so it's definitely hard to reel in. But Alex Jager, no stranger to competition, joining us from FD last weekend. You know, sometimes that's what happens, man, in competition drifting. But luckily, Alex will get the chance to lead, and Narron will chase in this next part of the battle. And we're getting to check out the replay here. I think it was a great run by both drivers, but just a little bit too much room given by Jager in the chase. If it was up to me, but it is not. I'm going to announce the winner of the last battle. Again, we had some technical difficulties, so just bear with me as we get into the second half of this battle with Alex Jager and Jonathan Narron. Alex entering, looking super aggressive, but maybe not as deep in outer zone number 1 as we would like. Doing a great job coming around outer zone to number 2 two, looking a little bit shallow. Narron trying to put it on Alex's door as they come across inner clip. Alex punting that clip as they get into outer zone to number three, pouring on the angle there, which allows Narron to get right up close and personal with his door. Woo-wee. We're getting smoky here into the top 16. And apologies to everyone on our live stream, had some technical difficulties with the mic there. The winner of that previous One More Time battle is Alec Robbins. Alec Robbins will advance on to our top 8 after a One More Time battle with Rudy Hansen. All right, again, we had some technical difficulties on the live stream mic, so let's go over our last couple battles. Alex Robbins did get the win in the One More Time battle against Rudy Hansen, and we just had our winner. Jonathan Narron will get the win over Alex Jager. Jonathan Narron will get the win over Jager. Narron was just a little bit more aggressive, a little bit closer in that chase, so he will earn the win there and move his way on into the top 8. All right, we're getting into our next battle. This is Josiah Filets against Andy. Josiah Filets coming around outer zone at number 2. Looking super smooth, super aggressive. Uh-oh. Spoke too soon. Spoke too soon. Both drivers looking super aggressive until outer zone at number 3. Josiah, always an aggressive driver in the lead, and Haley putting it on his door in the chase, especially in outer zone at number 2. Really reeling him in number 2. But unfortunately, it seems like Josiah came out of drift, maybe got a little too deep. Not sure what happened there in outer zone number 3. We're looking at the replay here. Looks like he got a little too deep, maybe straightened. But we are going to look at the replay, make sure nothing else was a factor in that there. But unfortunately, that will be a 0 for Josiah since he straightened. I do not believe there was contact there, but again, luckily we have the live stream, we have the replay to take a look at that a little bit closer. All right, due to some contact into the wall, Josiah Filets is calling his 5-minute timeout in order to rebead a debeaded tire. He's not allowed to change tires, but he is allowed to try to dismount it and get it to rebead back on the wheel so he can continue with the second half of this battle. In the meantime, we will head into our next battle. This is Madison and Misco. Derek Madison qualifying 11th and Steve Misco qualifying 6th yesterday. So Misco will lead and Madison will give chase. All right, we have our drivers on the line. Misco's underglow giving us a little disco action here as he's lined up in the lead position, and Derek Madison is in the chase position, ready to hunt him down. Derek Madison is allowed to jump the start like that in the chase position, and Misco gets off in the lead clean as well. Absolutely rocket chipping into outer zone number 1. Coming across the center section super fast in outer zone number 2, but Derek Madison trying to put it on his door here as they come through outer zone number 2 around to that one and only inner clip there. Madison taking the clip out as they come into outer zone number 3. Misco's absolutely moving through that zone, but Derek Madison is not letting him get away that easy. Nice run. We have 2 V8 powered S chassis here. Pretty evenly matched battle. I always like a nice, exciting battle, so great job by these drivers. We're going to check out the replay here. Madison doing a great job trying to reel him in the chase position. Misco looking absolutely steady here in the lead, coming around that inner clip and transitioning into outer zone number 3. I want to see the second half of this battle. I'm going to reserve comment till we get to see it. All right, here we go into the next half of this battle. Derek Madison leading and Steve Misco giving chase. Madison coming around the outside, and Steve Misco looks to have straightened potentially a mechanical failure there of his machine, but Derek Madison is going to continue with this run, coming across the line and solidifying this. This will leave Misco with a 0, and unofficially this will allow Madison to continue. And we're going to make it official. Derek Madison gets the win. Derek Madison gets the win, and he's going to move on to the top 8. So we have our top 8 drivers locked in. The only battle we still need to run is the second half of Filets and Haitley. As soon as we have that battle decided, we will head into our top 8. We have Robbins, Stratton, Charpentier, Hobson, Novak, Narron, and Madison in the top 8. I'd like to take a second to thank our track workers helping us keep the track clear and our drivers ready to rock and roll. All of our media for coming out and braving this hot day here at Raceway Park. All of our drone pilots and everyone working today, thank you guys for putting on a great show here at the Riverside 50K presented by Link ECU. We're about to head into our top 8 as soon as we decide the second half of this battle. Josiah Filets still on a 5-minute timeout. He did make contact with the wall. Looks like he sent it in a little too hard, bud, and caught the wall, debeated a tire, and he's going to see if he can get that mounted. He does need to mount that same tire on that same wheel. He is not allowed to change tires. So if he's not able to do that, he will forfeit this round, and we will have Haitley moving on to the top 8. We are waiting on a technical call from our grid workers. Josiah Filets is on a 5-minute timeout. His timeout should be coming to an end any minute now, and he needs to head up to the line to battle Haitley. If not, he will forfeit, and Haitley will get the win. Our workers are keeping track of how much time he has left before he has to be back to the line, so we're going to allow them to do their jobs, and we'll just hang tight here while they get him back to the line. All right, we are getting word from our grid workers. Unfortunately, Josiah is unable to continue, so he will forfeit. We will need to see Haley show that his machine is capable of drifting, so he's going to need to take it across the line, and he will get a bye run into the top 8. So we will make it official. Haley is moving on to the top 8. Now, our drivers are allowed to take a full run as their bye run. So Haley, if he chooses to, can drift this entire run. And judging by how he warmed up those tires, I'm thinking he's going to do just that. So we are going to get to enjoy this bye run here from Haley, a little victory lap on the way into the top 8. And away we go. I'll let you guys listen to this, and I will shut up for a second. Hey, that one was just for our fans out here, giving us a little bit of a show. You can definitely tell he's excited about moving on to top 8. I know we never want to see a competitor get knocked out by a mechanical failure, but unfortunately, it is what it is in competition drifting, and Haley's moving on to the top 8. So let's run down our top 8 drivers really quick. We have Robbins, Stratton, Charpentier, Hobson, Novak, Narron, Haley, and Madison. We will see those drivers do battle in just a moment in our top 8 here at the Riverside Drift 50K presented by Link ECU.
I'm Travis Reeder.
I'm Ken Gucci.
I'm Matfield. I drive Link.
They are the most reliable ECU around, and they always deliver.
Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it.
Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want.
They stand behind their products and support their customers.
They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features.
I drive
Link.
Thank you guys for sticking with us on the live stream through some technical difficulties with the microphone. We really appreciate you guys sticking in there. We're trying to work through those issues as we speak, but we're trying to update you with as much information as we can. So we'll run down the top 8 one more time. We have Alec Robbins, Dirk Stratton, Rome Charpentier, Ben Hobson, Nick Novak, Jonathan Narron, Haley, and Madison in our top 8. These drivers will go in just a moment. We're just getting everyone ready, making sure they are ready to compete. And the first battle up will be Robbins and Stratton on the left side of our bracket. All right, we can see our drone footage of the burnout box here. You can see Stratton warming up his tires and Robbins heading to the line. Robbins, our #1 qualifier from yesterday, so he will lead as Dirk Stratton, qualifying at 25th, will give chase. The underglow is on, and away they go. Robbins doing his signature super fast entry. Big flick in there into outer zone #1, but Dirk Stratton is right on his door as they come around in outer zone #2. Robbins trying to set himself up nicely for this zone. Looking smooth and dialed, allowing Dirk Stratton to get right on his door there as they come across that solo matchmaking inner clip and around to outer zone #3 and across the line. Looking good, boys. Now we can see the replay here, break it down a little bit from our drone footage. Alec Robbins looking fast and aggressive. I'm wondering if he could have been a little bit deeper in outer zone #1, but I might be being picky here. I tend to do that. Dirk Stratton in the chase position, doing a good job of matching his angle, and aside from that little bobble right there, doing a good job of keeping it close to his door. So we're gonna flip him around and let Dirk lead and Alec give chase. And away they go for their next lap. Stratton in the lead and Robbins giving chase. Oh no. Unfortunately, but luckily both drivers shut it down there. I believe Dirk sent her a little too frickin' hard, but it got some of the wall there and unfortunately straightened him out, sending him into the second part of the figure 8 too early. So I believe that will be a 0 for Stratton, putting Alex heavily at an advantage, but we like to see the replay here just so we can be absolutely sure of what is going on. And let's make it official real quick. Alec Robbins will get the win. Alec Robbins will move on to our final 4. Stay tuned for the next battle. We have our next battle warming it up in the burnout box. Rome Charpentier and Ben Hobson. Rome qualifying 4th will lead, and Ben Hobson qualifying 5th will give chase. Judging by those 2 qualifying points, this should be a close and exciting battle. Rome's got that underglow shining as if his car was not bright enough already, but we love to see it as he's prepping himself to lead this first battle between him and Hobson in the top 8. And away they go. Rome with a big early flick in there, very fast in outer zone #1. Hobson kind of blowing off outer zone #1, trying to keep up with Rome. Rome has been very fast, very aggressive all day, and he may have turned his phasers on as Hobson falls back in the chase. Rome going a bit shallow on the entry for outer zone #3, but he does save it there coming across the line. Woo-wee. Rome found another gear. I don't know what gear that was, but it was an extra special one, special secret gear. Turning on those rocket boosters there. But Rome was looking very quick all day, and he's definitely turning it up for this top 8 battle. I think he may have taken him to Gapplebee's for maybe just a little gappetizer, just a taste. But we still have the second half of this battle, guys. We are not biased. We want to see a good, clean fight. We want to be able to not tell who wins. Those are my favorite battles. So up next, we have Hobson in the lead and Charpentier in the chase position. Anything can happen. Let's see how they throw it down. Away they go. It looks to be a clean start with Hobson in the lead. Big aggressive flick by Hobson, but he misses outer zone number 1. Sets himself up nicely for outer zone number 2, but he gets deep enough to take that bumper off as Rome tries to get back to his door, and it does as they come across that inner clip and transitioning into outer zone number 3. Give it up for both these drivers here putting on a show. Our judges are going to take a look at that side-by-side replay and decide a winner here for you tonight under the lights at the Riverside Drift 50K presented by Link ECU at the one and only Englishtown Raceway Park in the stadium. The crowd getting to enjoy some fireworks in person while we wait for a decision, and we have it. Unanimous decision in favor of Rome Charpentier. Rome Charpentier moving on to the final 4, facing off against Robbins. I believe that mistake in the lead, missing outer zone number 1, weighed heavily on the judge's decision. Unfortunately, sometimes you yee and sometimes you haw, but great job by both of these drivers. Good showing today. Let's move on to our other side of the bracket. We have Novak versus Narron. 2 very aggressive drivers. Novak qualifying second, so he will lead, and he has been putting on an absolute show today. So Narron has his work cut out for him to take out Novak. I'm very excited for this battle. We can see our drivers warming it up in the dual burnout box that we have set up today. Again, we have Novak qualifying second yesterday in the lead and Narron giving chase. Novak looking super, super aggressive and maybe a strategy, but decided not to take his bye runs earlier today, just coming off the start line, flipping a UE and heading back into the pits, which he's allowed to do. But he seems to come dialed. He came to win here, but Narron's not going to let him get away with that. Novak with a super fast and aggressive entry. He's putting his tire right on the edge of outer zone number 1. Almost flawless transition to outer zone number 2, but Narron is knocking on the door, surging up into Novak. A little bit less angle than Novak in the lead, but he's doing a great job of sticking with Novak. Super aggressive driving going into outer zone number 3. Pouring smoke there on both of those big V8s.
Okay, Nickelback.
Our judges are getting excited for this battle. We love to see it. Let's take a look at the replay. Novak is looking dialed. I'll say it again. Doing a great job with outer zone 1 and 2. I think, in my opinion, this is the best 1-2 combo that we have seen yet. Narron getting very, very close in outer 2, if not maybe getting a little bit of the door of Novak. But either way, it does not phase Novak in the lead, and he continues on with his run. Let's flip him around and let Narron lead and Novak chase him down. Away they go. Let's see how the second half of this battle pans out. Narron leading and Novak giving chase. Narron looking super fast across the center section, but Novak reeling in outer zone number 2. Narron looked a little bit shallow there in outer zone 2. As Novak is struggling to get as close as Narron was to him coming into outer zone number 3. Nicely done by both drivers. The crowd is loving it. They're giving it up for these guys out here tonight. The judges are going to take a look at the side-by-side, and they will award a winner. Only one can move on to the final 4. The judges are taking a closer look, really breaking down both of these runs side by side. They need to make sure they see a standout driver, and if not, it will go one more time. And we have our crowd chanting for a one more time here, and I promise it is not swaying the judges because one of them has ruled for Novak, and the other two say it's going to be a one more time. Head back to the pits, change your tires, we're running them again. In the meantime, while those drivers change tires, we are going to move on to our next battle of Haley and Madison. We can see those drivers lined up waiting to head into the burnout box so they can warm up those tires and head onto the track for their battle. All right, we have both of our drivers warming up their tires in the burnout box. It is completely nighttime here at Raceway Park, so you can see some of their headlights illuminated as they're doing those donuts and heading out to the start-finish line. Andy Haley qualifying 14th, and Derek Madison qualifying 11th. Another very close battle, but Madison will lead and Haley will give chase. Madison looks to be up on the line and ready, and Haley's lining up right next to him. The judges are ready. The drivers are ready. And away we go. Madison looks to have a clean start through the chicane as they approach that first zone. Madison with a smooth entry, looking super fast as he comes across the center section there, but Haley is knocking on his door. Haley is right there with him as they come around outer zone at number 2. Coming across that inner clip, super smooth, barely bopping it as they come around. Madison really wide in outer zone number 3, and Haley putting it right on his door. Oh man, another close battle. We could be doing this all night at this rate, guys. All right, let's check out the replay here. Madison looking to be smooth, if not a little bit late to enter outer zone number 1, but setting it up perfectly, in my opinion, for outer zone number 2. That slow entry allows Haley to get right on his door there and stick with him for the rest of this run as they transition across the center section. Madison getting nice and deep, and Haley just a bit shallow, but putting it right on his door for outer zone number 3. But now we're going to flip him around and let Haley lead and Madison chase. Haley looking very, very aggressive and dialed earlier in the day. So I bet we're going to see an absolute heater here from him, but let's see what he's got in store. All right, away they go, and I believe that was a clean start for Haley as he's cooking and tosses it sideways into outer zone number 1. Madison kind of blowing off outer zone 1 a little bit, but he's right on Haley's door as he comes around into outer zone number 2. Both these drivers super, super quick through the center section as they transition into outer zone number 3. Madison cutting the line just a little bit to stay close to Haley. Wow, that was evenly matched. That was a really close run. We're gonna have to see the replay on this one for sure. I'm not sure which driver was faster than there. Haley pulling up to Madison's side as we set up for the replay here at the Riverside Drift 50K presented by Link ECU. The judges are gonna take a look at these 2 runs that you guys are seeing right now from our drone footage. They're going to break them down, any little error, anything that makes one driver stand out better than the other. If you guys are just joining us, our judges are taking the time to deliberate these two replays between Haitley and Madison to try to pick a winner, or perhaps we have an entire side of the bracket with a one more time. Wouldn't that be crazy? In the meantime, let's ask our fans who they think. All right, but we don't have time because we have a decision. We have one judge in favor of Madison, and the other two judges say one more time. Get back in the pits, change those tires, and let's run them again. So the entire right side of the bracket in our top 8 are one more time battles. So I believe we will get Novak and Narron back on the line there for their one more time battle, so we can decide that. And then while those guys change tires, we will then move on to Haitley and Madison for their one more time. If you guys are just joining us here on the live stream, we are well within our top 8. We have 2 battles go one more time, so we're going to run those battles again before we head into our final 4. We have 2 drivers locked into our final 4, Robbins and Charpentier, who will do battle on the left side of the bracket, and then we have to decide 2 more winners on our right side of the bracket who could potentially see one of those drivers in the finals. All right, we are getting our next one more time battle of Novak and Narron to the line. We have been told that there may be a technical issue with Narron's car. He did already take his 5-minute, so he will not have another. If there is an issue that prevents him from taking this run, Novak will get the win by default. But we will keep you posted as soon as we have our line workers take a look at that car and make sure it is fit for competition. We're seeing a bird's eye view of the stadium right now at the Riverside Drift 50K presented by Link ECU. We have one of our drivers ready to go in his one more time battle. That is Nick Novak, and Narron is not on the line. So unless Narron gets to the line in the next 30 seconds, I think he's going to forfeit this one since he does not have a 5-minute timeout, and we're going to send Novak by himself. All right, so unfortunately, Narron having an issue with his car. He is not able to take a 5-minute timeout because he already used it. And we have Novak here. In true Novak fashion, we saw him do this earlier. He is not going to be taking his buy run. This is strategic, and it's also completely allowed. He's just gonna do a little parade lap here for everybody, a little drone footage of his car. He will get the win by default and move on into our final four. Up next, we have the one more time of Haley and Madison. So those drivers should be done changing their tires and be heading back to grid as soon as possible. Haley and Madison should be wrapping up changing those tires and heading back to grid. All right, we're hearing some cars fire up. They are done changing tires. They're heading back to the grid for the last battle of the top 8 to decide our final 4 placement. We have Haley and Madison heading up there. Andy Haley qualifying 14th and Derek Madison qualifying 11th. So again, Madison will lead this first round and Haley will chase. All right, we're sending our drivers into the burnout box for our final battle of the top 8, one more time between Haley and Madison. Another set of drivers that qualified very close yesterday, looking super similar in their runs. The judges were just looking for them to clean it up a little bit on the lead and chase and see if they can decide a winner from this one more time battle. We also will be running a third place battle. So once we get into our final 4, whoever loses those final 4 battles will go against each other to decide who stands at the bottom of the podium in third place. This is very important for our payouts. So even though it is a third place battle, it is really important for deciding the finishing order here today. I believe our drivers are heading into the burnout box as we speak to warm up their tires and get ready on the start line for this one more time battle. All right, for everyone just joining us on the live stream, we are running a one more time battle between Haley and Madison to decide who gets to go into the final 4. The drivers have warmed up their tires and they're heading to the start line. We're just waiting on the go-ahead to send them for their one more time. And away they go. Madison in the lead and Haley giving chase. Haley joining us from Formula Drift last weekend. Madison floating it into that first outer zone. Transitioning into the second outer zone as Haley is right on his door there. Super, super close proximity. Small check up there in the chase position as both drivers are screaming exiting second outer zone. Madison putting it nice and deep into the third outer zone as Haley is knocking on the door. That is 14. Nicely done, gentlemen. Let's check out that replay there. I want to take a closer look at this entry here. Madison looking smooth, but maybe just missing that first outer zone slightly. Haley is not phased by whatever that was, and he's sticking to the side of Derek Madison as they zoom through that second outer zone, looking super dialed. Madison getting nice and deep in outer zone number 3, allowing Haley to get right on his door as they come across the finish line. But we are gonna swap them around. This time Haley will lead and Madison will chase. All right, and away we go. Haley is in the lead. We still see those lights left over from Formula Drift last weekend, and they are green and red as we come into that first outer zone. Haley's giving it all to Scott Captain, and Derek Madison is right on his door in outer zone number 2. Heck yeah. We've seen some proximity out of this chase driver here, but Haley is trying to run away with it in outer zone number 3. Getting nice and deep, allowing Derek Madison to put it on his door. Oh my gosh, I think that was another perfectly matched lead and chase. I do not envy our judges here as they're having to take a close look at these battles side by side to have to choose a winner. And we do have a winner by split decision. Andy Haley will get the win. Haley will get the win and move on to the finals. So to give you guys a little bit of insight on why that was, the two judges that chose Haley felt that he was a bit more fluid in his run, and they also felt as if Madison just didn't do as best of a job as he could do with outer zone number 1, leaving that a little bit early. They thought Haley did a better job in the lead there. Again, we're splitting hairs this far deep into the bracket, but Haley will move on to our final 4, and we're going to get our other Final 4 battle warmed up in the burnout box right now. This will be Robbins going against Rome. Alec Robbins going against Rome Charpentier to decide who goes to the finals. All right, and away we go for our Final 4 battle. This is Alec Robbins, our number 1 qualifier, leading with Rome Charpentier, number 4, knocking on that door of that Z. He's doing an amazing job as he's flattened into the side of that Z, but Alec Robbins is looking dialed in the lead position, coming around to outer zone number 3 and across the finish line. We're losing them in the smoke here, guys. That was crazy. All right, we have our drivers back on the line, and they are ready to take the green. This time, Alec Robbins will chase, and Rome Charpentier will lead, and Rome does what he's been doing all day. Super, super fast, smooth entries, coming around to outer zone number 3. Doing a great job there in the lead position. Alex Robbins trying to reel him in as they come around that inner clip. Transitioning into outer zone number 3, we hear Rome and Alec firing it off. And we get to put those two runs side by side and check out the replay so we can really break it down here. Rome doing a pretty aggressive entry, but unfortunately he does miss a good portion of outer zone at number 1 in the lead. However, he does look super, super dialed going into outer zone at number 2. Alec is a little bit farther back in the chase position than Rome was when they were flip-flopped. So again, the judges are taking all these small factors that we see. This run is broken down, it's scrutinized, so they can decide a winner. For me, I think the biggest thing of this run was Rome exiting outer zone number 1 early, and Alec Robbins just giving him a little bit too much room in the chase. And again, they were super close. The only reason I'm saying that is because Rome, with his chase run, was absolutely glued. He was like a body panel on the side of Alec Robbins. So hopefully we can get those two runs side by side in just a second so we can take a closer look. And we have a winner by split decision. Charpentier will take the win. Rome will take the win. Let me break that down a little bit for you guys. Obviously, we all saw that run. We all saw how close that was, but just a few more errors on Robbins' part in the chase position will allow Rome to walk away with the win here. You saw how aggressive he was in the chase, so that will earn him the win tonight and move him on into the finals. Robbins should keep it off the trailer because we will need to see him out here for the third place battle. He will go up against the loser of our next battle that we're actually getting to the line now, Novak and Haitley. So we'll see those two drivers heading up to the line to do battle in our final four. And the winner will go against Charpentier in the finals, and the loser will see Alec Robbins for the third place. Now, we all know the Riverside 50K pays out nicely, so that's why we're going to run that third place battle to see who is going to take home that third spot, and we still have to decide who's standing at the top of the box. All right, we're going to need our drivers at the line. We're going to need Novak and Haitley to head up to the line as soon as they can so they can get their battle underway. We have two more battles here to decide our winner, plus a third place battle that will go down as well. Thank you guys so much for joining us out here in person, braving this hot day, coming out on this holiday weekend, and thank you everyone tuning in from home. We love that you guys are supporting this grassroots drifting. This is what makes it all possible. We all love drifting out here. So thank you so much to our drifting fans, and we will get back into the action in just a minute here with our final four battle between Novak and Haitley.
That's cool, Jabbar. I don't want any nuts.
We have both drivers heading into the burnout box now to warm up their tires and get ready for their battle. Novak is going to take on Haitley. The winner will see Charpentier in the finals, and the loser will see Alec Robbins for a third place battle. We're sending those drivers into the burnout box right now to get those tires nice and toasty so they can put on an absolutely fantastic run for you guys watching at home and here watching in the stands. We can hear our drivers heading into the burnout box now, warming up their tires, getting ready to do battle for the second half of the Final Four. The winner of this battle will go against Charpentier in the finals, and the loser will meet Robbins to battle it out for third place. All right, we have a clean start here, and away we go, and Nick Novak is in the lead, and Annie Haley is giving chase. Guys, Novak is on fire, and Annie Haley jumped up to his door. This is what I am talking about. This is drifting. This is amazing to watch. Novak's absolutely shredding outer zone number 2, but Annie Haley is right in his door as he plants it one more time, getting into outer zone number 3. Guys, give it up for these drivers. What a run. All right, we can check out the replay here. I just cannot get over Novak's aggression here as he enters into outer zone number 1. And then Haley's aggression as he dives into the door of Novak to get through this outer zone number 2. These guys both are out for blood. They came for the top of the box or nothing right now. But unfortunately, only one of them is going to get to advance. But fortunately for us watching, announcing, judging, we're going to see these two do battle right now. We're going to flip it around. This time, Haley in the lead and Novak giving chase. Novak's been a man on a mission all day, so I want to see how tight he chases Haley here. And Haley joining us from Formula Drift last weekend. No stranger to this track or competition. This is going to be an absolute heater. I'm predicting it. 2E46 is leaving the line now. Only one will advance. Haley entering super early in that 3-2-1 section. Entering across the line in outer zone number 2. Novak putting it right on his door here as he comes around that outer zone. Looking super aggressive in the center section as they transition into outer zone number 3. Haley putting it in there deep. Novak following him in and across the line. There you have it. I think that was the best battle today. You can tell we're in the finals. Haley doing his signature 1-2 buckle my shoe to meet his driver on the line as we get to watch the replay here. For me, again, because I get to give my opinion into this talking stick with no remorse, I feel like Novak did better on outer zone number 1. I cannot tell who chased better. I think it's dead even. I think it's dead even on outer zone number 2. And maybe Haley chased better in outer zone number 3, but it's even on the lead. I'm so glad I'm not a judge, you guys. This is hard. And just to make me eat my words, we have a decision, and it is unanimous. Nick Novak gets the win. He's heading to the finals. Give it up, guys, for Nick Novak. That aggression is proving to pay off as he heads into the finals. But Haley is not done yet. He's going to have to shoot it out with our number 1 qualifier, Robbins, for third place. All right, we're taking a quick breather here to let our final drivers get ready. Novak just did battle and won, and he's going to see Charpentier in the finals, so we're letting him take a second going back to his pit to change tires, so he is ready. But in the meantime, I believe we're going to run our third place battle with Haley and Robbins. So again, since Haley did just do battle, we're going to let him get back to the trailer, change tires, and then come back to the line to battle it out. We are going to give you guys Just kidding. We are not going to give you guys any results. We're going to announce them at the podium, which will be in the middle of the track right after this. Stay tuned. Stick around. We will give you guys some live stream of the results there. And as soon as I'm allowed to say them, I will say them. I'm excited. I love drifting, guys.
I'm Travis Reeder.
I'm Ken Gushin.
I'm Matfield. I drive Link.
They are the most reliable ECU around, and they always deliver.
Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it.
Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want.
They stand behind their products and support their customers.
They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features.
I drive
Link.
All right, so I did just get word we are going to announce the winner of this third place battle so they know how they fell, but we are not going to announce the finals. You guys will have to join us in the center of the track to find out who took it all here at the Riverside Drift 50K presented by Link ECU at the beautiful Raceway Park. We're here at the stadium. The lights are on. The action is actioning, and we're ready to get it done. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining us on the live stream and for your patience. We're allowing our drivers to go back and change tires. We're about to run our third place battle between Haley and Robbins. That will be our third place battle. Haley did just do battle and lose to Novak, so he has to go back to the pit, change tires real quick, and come out to battle Robbins. The winner will get third place, and we'll see him in the center, and the loser is going to pack it up on the trailer, unfortunately. But we still have our final battle to run as well between Novak and Charpentier. With us, we hear the cars fire up and they are headed into the burnout box right now to warm up their tires and head to the line to do battle. This will be our third place battle between Haley and Robbins. They were just previously knocked out in the top 4. They will do battle to decide who stands on the bottom of the podium and takes away a bit more cash there in third place. So this is important. I know some people don't like to watch third place battles, but what's wrong with more drifting? That's my question. I want to see all the battles. I'm always team one more time. All right, so we're going to get those guys on the line there. They're going to head up to the burnout box as we speak. We appreciate you guys hanging in there with us. We're almost to the end here at the Riverside Drift 50K presented by Link ECU. All right, our drivers have warmed up their tires and they're heading to the start line. This is our third place battle between Alec Robbins and Andy Haley. This will decide who stands at the bottom of the podium, who gets some more money in their pocket. These drivers were shredding all day. Robbins was our #1 qualifier and Haley going one more time. So away they go. Robbins will lead and Haley will give chase. Robbins looking really fast. We've seen him like that all day long, but Haley is right on his door as they come into outer zone #2. coming around that backside of the figure 8. Haley is playing into Robbins' door, but Robbins is looking buttery smooth as he comes across the center section and into outer zone at number 3. So deep that we lose him in the smoke. Nice job, guys. This is hard to believe that this is not the finals. This is just a third place battle. Let's check out the replay here. Robbins, if I'm being picky, was a little bit shallow in outer zone number 1. Again, I'm nitpicking here, but he does a phenomenal job in outer zone number 2. Haley plastered on his door the entire time. Great job in the chase by Haley. Robbins looking super confident and nice and deep into outer zone number 3. It doesn't bobble at all in this entire run. He's doing great. We love to see it. All right, we're going to flip him around. Haley will lead and Robbins will chase. Haley joining us from Formula Drift last weekend, bringing some speed into that first turn, pouring on the angle as he completes outer zone number 1. We got some contact there. We have a bumper hanging off as we're coming around outer zone number 2. Robbins is putting it in his door. Absolutely planted, coming across the inner clip. Some more contact maybe, getting nice and deep into outer zone number 3 and across the line. Give it up. That was an aggressive chase. Haley doing his signature flip around to line up and await the results. We're going to get the side-by-side replay right here and give our judges just a moment to deliberate and come up with a winner. So if we're taking a look at these replays side by side here, there was a little bit of contact when Haley was leading, and that's all right. I mean, that happens in drifting. It's just whether or not any of the contact was significant enough to cause a problem on the lead or the chase. From looking at it on the replay a few times, I do not think so, but we have 3 amazing judges here to really break it down and come up with the answers for you. I'm just the middleman. I'm just relaying the info here, right? So don't shoot the messenger. I'm just glad all the drivers had fun. And we do have a winner. Alec Robbins will get the win. Alec Robbins will get the win. That puts him in 3rd place. We're going to get our drivers off the track here. We do have our 3rd place winner. That will go to Alec Robbins. But we are going to still run our final battle, and we will not be announcing the winner until we're on track. We will ask that Alec join us as he has won 3rd place against Haley. The judges felt that he had a bit of a cleaner run there, so they did give him the win. We're getting some insight from the judges here just to give you guys a little bit more information. Now, when we're this far into the battles, again, as I said before, we're splitting hairs here. And I know a lot of guys were thinking one way or the other. And if Haley's lead was a little bit cleaner coming in after 1, between 1 and 2, easily it could have been him, but unfortunately some errors in the lead position have given the win to Robbins. He will get 3rd place, and he will join these 2 guys on the podium. The positions are still to be determined, but we're going to send them in the burnout box shortly so we can head them out to the final run here at the Riverside Drift 50K presented by Link ECU. We're zeroed in on our drivers that are in the finals. They're ready to go into the burnout box. We have Rome, Charpentier, and Nick Novak. Novak, being our number 2 qualifier, will lead this battle, and Rome Charpentier, qualifying 4th yesterday, will chase. We are down to the finals. We have both BMWs, both V8 powered. There's an answer to a question in there somewhere, but they're going to warm up those tires and head out to the start line so they can do battle. And we will determine a winner. We'll determine who's standing at the top of the box in just a second. All right, the first battle of the finals is underway. We have Novak just throwing it down out there. Great job there, but Rome is right on his door as they're coming around into outer zone number 2. Rome is not letting him get away. This is a crazy battle as they transition across the center section, coming in extremely fast to outer zone number 3. Novak pouring on the angle, Rome putting it in his door. This is what we want to see out of the finals. We're going to see the replay here. That is textbook. That is a textbook entry by Novak. Great job filling outer zone number 1, and he's looking super smooth going into outer zone number 2. Rome is right on his door as well, doing exactly what we expect from a chase driver, which is to use the lead driver as a moving clipping point, keeping it on his door, not being phased, losing him in the smoke in the center, and finishing directly on the side of Novak. That was a dang good run in my book. We have our drivers back on the line. This time, Rome Charpentier will lead and Nick Novak will give chase. And away they go. Rome is a rocket ship out of the gate. We already knew that. Nick Novak is trying to reel him in there as they come across the center section, and he does. He gets right on the side of that E36 as they come around the outside of outer zone number 2, across that inner clip and across the center section into outer zone number 3. They're both absolutely moving, getting nice and deep, and Novak answers him right back. He said, "You're gonna finish on my door, I'm gonna finish on your door." That's insane, guys. Give it up for both of these drivers. That's the finals. So I will let you guys know if we have a winner, but I will not say who it is. I'm gonna hand the mic back to our organizer of this event, Ryan, and he is going to give you guys the results down at the podium. We already have Robbins in third place, but we still have to determine who gets number 1, who gets number 2. But with how close this run is, this could easily go one more time. So hang tight for me here. As soon as we have a decision, I will let you guys know. All right, while our judges are deliberating, let us know in person, let us know on the live stream, who thinks Rome Charpentier gets the win? Who thinks Nick Novak gets the win? And who thinks one more time? I think we got a lot of one more time fans here in person, but I cannot tell you who wins. I am keeping this secret. Or we may go one more time. The judges are taking a look at the live stream replays right here. They're making sure they don't miss a beat so they can decide on a winner. So hang tight here. We will have a winner in just a few moments. In the meantime, our drivers are going to give us a little bit of a show here while our judges are still deliberating. Our finals drivers giving us a show because we do have a winner here. We have a winner, so we're going to ask that you guys head down to the podium in front of the Raceway Park wall so we can let you guys know who won. Again, we do have a winner. Everybody, please head down to the Raceway Park wall so we can let you know what it is.
All right, let's see if this thing's still working down here. Can you all hear me okay? Yeah, okay. All right, so we do have a Most Aggressive Chase award from Jeremy Gentry with So in Love Home Matchmaking, and that's going to go to Andy Haley today. And Justin's making his way down here from Link ECU with our top 3 finishers awards for this weekend. Great driving from all you guys that came out. Hopefully everybody that's watching had a good time. Sorting them out here real quick. Yep. All right, so first up, you have third place, and that's going to go to Alec Robbins. All right, when I say the next one, obviously you're going to know who finished second. So in first place, for one hell of a competition here this weekend, we'll let Justin catch up. Yep. All right, and first place at the Englishtown Riverside Drift 50K presented by Link ECU is going to go to Nick Novak, which means Rome is second place here this weekend with you at Englishtown Raceway Park. Again, we want to thank all of you all for coming out and all of our partners here. His team is super stoked down here. Super stoked. There we go. See, he's got it. He's got a hype man. That is one very happy Nick Novak there in the middle with his first place finish. Let's go ahead and get a round of applause here tonight for all of you guys who fought for the last 2 days. And for those of you who are sticking around, we'll see you over at the road course tomorrow. We will see you at the road course tomorrow here at Raceway Park.